Welcome to Scary Phantom, where the eerie meets the soothing. Every night I bring you thrilling horror stories that not only send chills down your spine but also help you unwind for a peaceful sleep. Relax, listen, and let the stories take you away to a world where the dark is both exciting and calming. Shadows that moved on their own. I was never supposed to be on the Horizon carrier. Not that voyage, anyway. My name is Marcus Reed, and I'd spent the last 8 years of my life bouncing from one freight vessel to another, fixing electrical systems that nobody else wanted to touch. I was good at what I did, diagnosing the problems others missed, feeling out the subtle wrongness in a system when the diagnostics showed nothing. That intuition had saved more than one ship from catastrophic failure. The call came just 3 hours before the Horizon carrier was scheduled to depart. Their chief electrician had suffered a heart attack during final preparations, and they needed a replacement who could board immediately. The shipping company offered triple my usual rate for the 3-month voyage. I should have asked more questions, but the money was too good to pass up. "You've got a stellar reputation, Reed," said Victor Walsh, the first officer who greeted me at the gangway. His handshake was firm, his smile practiced but not quite reaching his eyes. "Captain Riley is grateful you could join us on such short notice." I hauled my duffel bag over my shoulder, following Walsh up the metal stairs that led to the main deck. The Horizon carrier was massive, a Class 4 container vessel spanning nearly a quarter-mile from bow to stern. She could carry upwards of 10,000 shipping containers, stacked like enormous building blocks across her deck. In the fading afternoon light, her white superstructure gleamed against the darkening sky, a towering island of civilization amid the vastness of steel and ocean. "I'll give you the abbreviated tour," Walsh said, leading me through a series of narrow corridors. "You'll get the full briefing from Chief Engineer Markson tomorrow morning. Your predecessor left detailed notes about the ship's systems." "What happened to him?" I asked. "The heart attack, was there any warning?" Walsh's stride faltered momentarily. "None that he mentioned. Parker was in perfect health according to his last physical. Just one of those things, I suppose." The way his eyes shifted made me wonder if there was more to the story. My quarters were small but private, a narrow bunk, a desk bolted to the wall, and a tiny bathroom with a shower stall barely large enough to turn around in. A folder labeled Electrical Systems Overview sat on the desk, along with a ship-issued tablet and keycard. "Mess hall is on E-deck," Walsh said, lingering at the doorway. "Breakfast starts at 600. You'll want to report to engineering by 0730. I nodded, dropping my bag onto the bunk. "How long has the Horizon been in service?" "This is her 3rd voyage," Walsh replied. "Maiden journey was 6 months ago, state-of-the-art in every way. You shouldn't have much trouble with her systems." I'd heard that before. In my experience, new ships often had the most peculiar problems, kinks that hadn't been worked out, systems that behaved unpredictably. But I kept that thought to myself. "One more thing," Walsh added, his voice dropping slightly. "Captain Riley runs a tight ship. Keep any concerns through proper channels. The crew's been through some changes lately and morale is important." Before I could ask what he meant by concerns, Walsh was gone, the door clicking shut behind him. That night I reviewed Parker's notes until my eyes burned from staring at the screen. His documentation was meticulous, detailed diagrams of every electrical system, maintenance logs, troubleshooting protocols. Nothing indicated any significant problems. His final entry was from 3 days earlier, a routine check of the backup generators. His handwriting was steady, unhurried, not the work of a man about to suffer a medical emergency. I switched off the light around midnight, the gentle hum of the ship's engines a constant, soothing presence. The Horizon carrier had departed while I was buried in Parker's notes, and now we were well out to sea. I lay in the darkness, listening to the creaks and groans of the massive vessel as it pushed through the waves. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Something shifted in the corner of the room, a deeper patch of darkness against the wall. I blinked and it was gone. Just my tired mind playing tricks, I told myself. Nothing more. I didn't know then that I was wrong. So terribly wrong. The ship's chief engineer, Gregory Markson, was a barrel-chested man with hands like sledgehammers and a voice to match. His salt and pepper beard couldn't hide the permanent scowl etched into his features. Parker was the best damned electrician I've ever worked with, he growled as he led me through the labyrinthine engine room the next morning. Knew the Horizon systems better than the people who designed them. Any recurring issues I should know about? I asked, noting the way the fluorescent lights cast sharp, angular shadows across the massive machinery. Markson hesitated, his eyes darting to a corner of the room where the shadows seemed particularly dense. Nothing out of the ordinary, some flickering in the cargo hold lighting. Parker was looking into it before. He trailed off, then quickly changed the subject, launching into a detailed explanation of the ship's power distribution network. Listened carefully, but part of my attention remained on that dark corner, where I could have sworn the shadows shifted slightly, independent of any movement in the room. The tour took most of the morning. By lunchtime, my head was swimming with information about redundant circuits, emergency protocols, and the peculiarities of the Horizon's cutting-edge electrical systems. What struck me most, however, wasn't what Markson said. It was what he carefully avoided mentioning. Several times he started to reference issues with the lighting systems, only to abruptly change direction. I reported to the mess hall for lunch, sliding my tray along the metal rail as the kitchen staff doled out portions of what appeared to be beef stew. The room was filled with crew members, some in animated conversation, others eating in exhausted silence. I spotted an empty seat at a table occupied by 3 people and made my way over. "Mind if I join you?" I asked. A young woman with copper-red, hair pulled into a tight ponytail, glanced up. "You must be the new electrician," she said, gesturing to the empty chair. "I'm Sarah Lindell, navigation officer." "Marcus Reed," I replied, setting down my tray. "This is Trent Cooper, Communications," she continued, nodding toward a lanky man with wire-rimmed glasses who offered a quick wave. "And Kevin Ballard, one of our engineers." Ballard, a heavy-set man with a neatly trimmed beard, studied me with narrowed eyes. "Heard you replaced Parker," he said. "Tough break about what happened to him." I spooned a mouthful of stew, which tasted better than it looked. "Walsh told me it was a heart attack." An uncomfortable silence fell over the table. Sarah and Trent exchanged glances. "That's the official story," Ballard said finally, his voice low. "But Parker was only 36. Ran 5 miles every morning on the treadmill in the crew gym." "Kevin," Sarah warned, her eyes darting around the mess hall. "He deserves to know what he's gotten himself into," Ballard insisted, "especially if he's taking over Parker's duties." I set down my spoon. "What exactly are you saying?" Trent cleared his throat, nervously. Parker had been seeing things in the shadows. Said the lighting was playing tricks, but it was more than that. He'd been losing sleep over it. "The day before it happened, I found him in cargo hold B with all the lights on full blast," Ballard added. "He was sweating, staring at the floor, like he'd seen a ghost. Said something was wrong with the shadows down there, that they were moving when they shouldn't be." Sarah leaned forward, her voice barely above a whisper. "The next morning, they found him in his quarters. The official report says heart attack, but his face..." She shuddered. "People don't look like that when their heart gives out. They look like they've seen something terrible." "That's enough," came a sharp voice from behind me. I turned to see First Officer Walsh standing there, his expression tight. "I believe you all have duties to attend to." The 3 crew members quickly gathered their trays and departed, leaving me alone with Walsh. "I thought I made myself clear about the channels for concerns, Reed," he said, taking Sarah's vacated seat. "Galley gossip isn't one of them." "They approached me," I pointed out, "and they seem pretty concerned about what happened to Parker." Walsh's jaw tightened. Parker was under considerable stress. He'd been working too hard, sleeping too little. The human mind plays tricks when it's exhausted. "And the heart attack?" Confirmed by the ship's medical officer. Walsh's tone left no room for debate. "We radioed his condition to shore, and the medical consultant agreed with the diagnosis. Now I suggest you focus on your duties rather than indulging in the crew's imagination." He rose to leave, then hesitated. The Horizon carrier is a new ship with state-of-the-art systems. There's nothing wrong with her shadows. It was a strange thing to say, specific in a way that raised more questions than it answered. But before I could press further, Walsh was gone, leaving me with a half-eaten lunch and a growing sense of unease. That afternoon, I began a systematic check of the electrical systems, starting with the bridge and working my way down through the crew quarters. Everything functioned perfectly, too perfectly almost. The voltage readings were textbook, the circuit breakers responsive, the backup systems in standby mode as they should be. It wasn't until I reached the upper cargo deck that I noticed anything amiss. I was testing the emergency lighting when the overhead fixtures flickered briefly, casting momentary distortions across the steel floor. In that split second, I could have sworn the shadow of a stack of containers elongated, stretching toward me like a grasping hand before snapping back to its normal shape when the light stabilized. I froze, the hair on the back of my neck rising. With deliberate calm, I crossed to the electrical panel and checked the readings. Nothing unusual. The system reported normal function. I deliberately triggered the lights to flicker again, watching the shadows carefully. This time, nothing happened. The shadows behaved as they should, shifting in perfect sync with the light source. "Playing tricks on myself," I muttered, closing the panel. But as I turned to leave, I caught movement from the corner of my eye, a deeper darkness sliding along the wall separate from any visible object that could have cast it. When I whirled to face it directly, there was nothing there but ordinary shadows. Ordinary shadows that seemed to pulse ever so slightly as if breathing. By the end of my first week aboard the Horizon carrier, I'd inspected every electrical system on the ship. On paper, everything checked out perfectly. But the reality was different. Throughout the vessel, particularly in the cargo holds and less trafficked corridors, the lighting behaved strangely. Subtle flickers that the diagnostics didn't register. Shadows that seemed deeper than they should be. Dark patches that moved, just at the periphery of vision. None of it could be documented or proven. None of it made sense according to any electrical engineering principle I'd ever studied. But it was happening. I wasn't the only one who noticed. Crew members had taken to traveling in pairs when possible, especially in the lower decks. Some had requested reassignment to day shifts only. The night crew spoke in hushed tones about dark shapes that followed them through the corridors, vanishing when directly observed. Captain Riley maintained an official stance of skepticism, but the tension aboard ship was palpable. Even the most hardened sailors were growing jumpy, startling at ordinary creaks and groans of the vessel. During my second week, I encountered Sarah Lindell outside the ship's small library, her arms full of books on maritime superstitions and folklore. "Light reading?" I asked, falling into step beside her. She glanced around before responding. "There are stories," she said quietly. "Old sailor tales about shadow people who follow ships at sea. I thought it was all nonsense until what?" Sarah hesitated. 3 nights ago, I was on the bridge during the midnight shift. It was just me and Ramirez, the helmsman. All the instruments showed clear sailing, no other vessels for miles. But Ramirez kept staring out the port window, getting more agitated by the minute. When I asked what was wrong, he pointed out at the ocean. She swallowed hard. There was something running alongside the ship, not in the water above it. A human shape, but wrong somehow. Too tall, limbs too thin. It kept pace with us for nearly 10 minutes, then just disappeared. Could have been a reflection, I suggested, not believing my own words. Sarah gave me a look that made it clear she didn't believe them either. Reflections don't run, Marcus, and they don't stop and turn to look at you with eyes that... She shuddered. I've been trying to find some explanation ever since. Later that day, I decided to speak with Ramirez directly. I found him in the crew lounge, a stocky man with a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow and circles under his eyes that suggested he hadn't been sleeping well. Sarah told me about what you saw the other night, I said, keeping my voice low. Ramirez's face hardened. I didn't see anything, he replied flatly. and Lindell should keep her mouth shut if she knows what's good for her. Look, I'm not here to judge or report back to the captain, I assured him. I've been noticing things, too. With the shadows. His eyes flickered nervously to the corner of the room, where the shadow of a ceiling lamp stretched across the wall. I'm not talking about this, he insisted, rising from his chair. Not here, not anywhere on this ship. As he turned to leave, I grabbed his arm. Has the captain threatened the crew about reporting these incidents? Ramirez pulled away. Not the captain, he hissed. It's the shadows themselves. They listen, they watch, and they don't like being talked about. With that cryptic warning, he hurried from the lounge, leaving me to wonder if paranoia was spreading through the crew like a contagion, or if there was something far more sinister at work. That night I couldn't sleep. Parker's notes kept running through my mind, detailed, professional, betraying no hint of the fear that Ballard had described. I pulled up the files on my tablet again, scanning through weeks of maintenance logs and testing protocols. And then, I noticed something. In the final days before his death, Parker had repeatedly tested the lighting systems in Cargo Hold B. The same tests, over and over, with slightly different parameters each time. The logs showed nothing unusual, but the pattern itself was telling. Parker had been troubleshooting, searching for something that the diagnostics couldn't detect. I glanced at the clock. 2:17 a.m. The ship was in its night cycle, most of the crew asleep except for the essential watch personnel. If I wanted to investigate Cargo Hold B without scrutiny, now was the time. I pulled on my boots and grabbed my tool belt and flashlight. The corridors were dimly lit by the night-running lights, creating pools of illumination separated by stretches of darkness. As I made my way down to the cargo decks, I couldn't shake the sensation of being followed. Twice I stopped and turned, shining my flashlight behind me, but there was nothing there, just the empty corridor and my own shadow stretching before me. My own shadow, which seemed to take just a fraction of a second too long to turn when I did. Cargo Hold B was massive, filled with stacks of containers reaching nearly to the ceiling. I switched on the main lights, which flickered reluctantly to life, creating a maze of shadows between the towering stacks of metal. I moved slowly through the hold, checking each lighting fixture, measuring voltage, testing connections. Everything functioned normally, yet the shadows between the containers seemed unusually dense, almost viscous. Near the center of the hold, I found what Parker must have been investigating, a section where the overhead lights, though functioning properly, barely seemed to penetrate the darkness below. It was as if the shadows themselves were resisting illumination, drinking in the light. I stood at the edge of this darker patch, reluctant to step into it. My flashlight beam weakened noticeably when I directed it into the area, the light diffusing, as if passing through smoke. This isn't possible, I muttered, kneeling to examine the floor. There was nothing visible that could explain the phenomenon. No different material, no coating or substance that might absorb light. And then I saw it, a shadow detaching itself from the darkness. Not suddenly, but gradually, like oil separating from water. It rose up, forming a vaguely human silhouette but distorted, limbs too long, joints bending at impossible angles. It had no features I could discern, just a deeper darkness against the shadows surrounding it. I scrambled backward, heart hammering in my chest. The figure made no aggressive movement, simply observed. I could feel its attention like a physical weight, a cold pressure against my skin. "What are you?" I whispered. The shadow tilted what passed for its head, an eerily human gesture. For a moment I thought I heard something, a soft murmur just at the threshold of hearing, words I couldn't quite make out. Then the overhead lights flickered, and when they stabilized, the figure was gone, but the sense of being watched remained. I backed away slowly, unwilling to turn my back on that patch of deeper darkness. When I finally reached the hold entrance, I slammed my hand against the control panel, shutting off the lights and sealing the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the handrail as I climbed back to the crew deck. What I'd seen defied rational explanation. Either I was losing my mind, or there was something aboard the Horizon carrier that shouldn't be possible. AAs. I approached my quarters. A voice called out softly from the shadows of a cross corridor. "You saw them, didn't you?" I spun around to see Trent Cooper, the communications officer, his face pale in the dim lighting. "In cargo hold B," he continued, stepping forward. "The shadows that move on their own." I hesitated, then nodded. "How did you know?" "Because I've been tracking the incidents," he replied. "And because you have the same look Parker had toward the end. Like you've seen something your mind can't quite process." Trent glanced nervously up and down the corridor. "Not here," he said. "Meet me in the communications room in 20 minutes. I have something to show you." 2. What the eye wasn't supposed. To see the communications room was tucked away in the upper levels of the ship's superstructure, packed with radio equipment, satellite links, and computer terminals. Trent was waiting when I arrived, his fingers dancing nervously over a keyboard. "I've been collecting reports," he said without preamble, pulling up a spreadsheet on his monitor. "Unofficial ones, crew members who've experienced anomalies." The document was extensive. Dates, times, locations, detailed descriptions of shadow-related incidents throughout the ship. Some were vague: unusual darkness, shadow movement, while others were disturbingly specific. Human-shaped shadow, following me down corridor C. Shadow with elongated limbs observed in engine room 2. Shadow figures surrounding my bunk at night. "How long has this been going on?" I asked, scrolling through the entries. "Since the beginning of this voyage," Trent replied. "But I think it started before that. Parker was investigating something similar during the previous journey. He kept it quiet, but he confided in me because he needed access to the ship's communication. Logs. What was he looking for in the logs?" Trent hesitated. "Information about our cargo, specifically about a container that was loaded just before our departure. There was something irregular about it." He pulled up another file, a copy of the ship's manifest. "Here," he said, pointing to an entry. "Container SHD 37291, listed as cultural artifacts bound for the Harmon Historical Museum. The paperwork is all in order, but Parker found a discrepancy." "What kind of discrepancy?" "The container was loaded under special supervision. Armed guards, museum representatives, with high-level clearance. The contents were sealed with warning labels in multiple languages, not just the usual fragile or this end up, but specific handling instructions that mentioned keeping the items in darkness, except during supervised examination." I thought of the shadow figure I'd seen in cargo hold B. "Where is this container now?" "Lower cargo hold," Trent said. "Secured area. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only." "And the shadows started appearing after this container was brought." "Aboard?" Trent nodded grimly. "The first incident was reported 3 days into the voyage. A deckhand claimed he saw his shadow move independently while he was securing loose equipment during a storm. No one believed him at first, but then others started seeing things too." "Why hasn't the captain done anything about this?" Trent let out a harsh laugh. "What exactly is he supposed to do? Report to the company that his ship is haunted by living shadows? They'd replace him before we reach the next port. Besides, there's the matter of the bonus." "What bonus?" "The shipping company received a substantial premium for transporting those artifacts. Enough to give every officer on board a hefty completion bonus if we deliver them safely. The captain has every incentive to ignore what's happening, or at least to find some rational explanation for it." I rubbed my eyes, trying to process everything Trent was telling me. "So we're just supposed to ignore the fact that there are, shadow creatures loose on the ship?" "That's pretty much been the official stance," Trent confirmed. "At least until what?" His face darkened. "Until we found the 3 men in cargo hold D." My blood ran cold as I remembered the fragment from the original report. 3 men found unmoving but alive, eyes open, breathing but empty. "When did this happen?" I asked. 4 days ago. The night before you came aboard, 3 deckhands went missing during their shift. Security found them 8 hours later in cargo hold D. They were just standing there, not moving, not responding to verbal commands or physical contact. Their eyes were open, but it was like no one was home. What happened to them? They were taken to the infirmary. They're still there, still unresponsive. The ship's medic can't find anything physically wrong with them. No injuries, no signs of stroke or seizure. They just checked out. And the security footage? Trent's fingers trembled slightly as he pulled up a video file. I shouldn't have access to this, he admitted. But after what happened to Parker, I felt I needed to know. The video showed a grainy night vision view of cargo hold D. 3 men were performing a routine inspection, moving between the container stacks with flashlights. At first, everything seemed normal. Then, at timestamp 02-1743, something changed. The shadows behind the men began to deepen, to congeal. The men didn't notice, continuing their inspection, unaware of the darkness gathering behind them. At 02-1829, the shadows took shape, vaguely humanoid figures, taller than the men, with impossibly thin limbs ending in elongated fingers. They moved with a liquid grace, flowing rather than walking. One of the deckhands paused as if sensing something. He began to turn, but before he could complete the motion, the shadow nearest to him reached out. Its long fingers brushed against the back of his neck, just the lightest touch. The man froze instantly. The same happened to the other 2 in quick succession, a touch and then stillness. The shadow figures surrounded them, moving slowly, examining them from all angles. One shadow leaned in close to a deckhand's face as if studying his features. Then, with a motion that seemed almost gentle, the shadows pressed their hands against the men's chests, not striking them, but touching them, as if feeling for something beneath the skin. The men remained perfectly still throughout, their expressions unchanging. After several minutes, the shadow figures withdrew, merging back into the general darkness of the hold, leaving the 3 men standing motionless where they had been touched. Jesus Christ, I whispered as the video ended. Have you shown this to the captain? Trent shook his head. I was going to, but then Parker died. It made me think twice about drawing attention to myself. Besides, what could the captain do? We're in the middle of the ocean, at least 2 weeks from the nearest port. We need to find out what's in that container, I said decisively. Whatever these shadow things are, they're connected to those artifacts. Access to the restricted cargo area requires the captain's authorization, Trent pointed out, or the first officer's. I thought for a moment. I'm the ship's electrician. I need to inspect all areas of the vessel to ensure safety. If there happened to be an electrical issue reported in the restricted cargo area, a faint smile crossed Trent's face. I could log a maintenance request. Nothing serious, just some irregularity with the lighting that needs checking. Do it, I said, and see if you can find out anything more about those artifacts, what they are, where they came from. I'll try, he promised. But be careful, Marcus. Parker was looking into the same things we are, and now he's dead. As I left the communications room, I couldn't shake the image of those shadow figures touching the deckhands. The casual way they had reached out, as if sampling something new and interesting. Not malicious, necessarily, but utterly inhuman in their curiosity. And I wondered, what exactly had they been looking for? The next morning, I found Trent's maintenance request on my tablet, a report of intermittent lighting issues in the restricted cargo area, requiring immediate inspection to ensure compliance with maritime safety regulations. It was official enough to get me access, provided no one looked too closely at the details. I gathered my tools and made my way down to the lower cargo deck, where a security checkpoint guarded the entrance to the restricted area. The guard on duty was a sturdy man named Reynolds, his expression impassive as he checked my ID and the work order. Lighting problems? He asked, scanning the request. Voltage fluctuations, I explained. Could be nothing, but we can't risk a fire hazard down here. Reynolds seemed to accept this. I need to log your entry and exit, he said, pushing a clipboard toward me. And you'll need to stay within the specified work area. Some of these containers have special handling requirements. Understood, I replied, signing the log. I shouldn't be more than an hour. The restricted cargo area was smaller than the main holds, designed for high-value or sensitive cargo. The lighting was subdued, creating pools of illumination surrounded by deep shadows. I moved slowly between the containers, checking the ID numbers until I found the one I sought. SHD 37291. The container itself looked ordinary enough. Standard dimensions, painted a nondescript gray, but the warning labels were anything but standard. In addition to the expected fragile designations, there were specialized handling instructions in multiple languages. Most concerning was a repeated warning: maintain in darkness. Do not expose contents to direct light without proper authorization and containment protocols. I circled the container, noting the heavy-duty locks securing its doors, far more substantial than those used on ordinary cargo. Near the base of the container, I found something else. A thin line of what appeared to be black sand stretched across the threshold of the doors, too precisely placed to be accidental. A security measure? A superstitious precaution? I couldn't tell, but I was careful not to disturb it as I continued my inspection. There was no obvious way to see inside the container without breaking the seals, which would definitely attract unwanted attention. But as I ran my hands along the side panels, I discovered a small access port, likely designed for climate control monitoring, that had been partially loosened. With careful manipulation, I was able to create a gap just wide enough to insert the flexible scope from my toolkit. Connecting the scope to my tablet, I fed the camera into the narrow opening. The interior of the container was dark, but the scope's built-in light provided enough illumination to make out the contents. The container held numerous wooden crates of varying sizes, each marked with catalog numbers and the same warnings about light exposure. Several of the crates had been secured with both modern locks and what appeared to be ceremonial seals, strips of cloth covered in unfamiliar symbols, bound with red cord in intricate knots. One crate near the camera had shifted slightly during transport, its lid partially dislodged. Through the gap, I could make out the edge of what looked like a stone tablet or panel, carved with ancient text and disturbing imagery. Human figures with outstretched arms, surrounded by elongated shadow shapes with reaching hands. I was so focused on the tablet that I almost missed the movement deeper in the container, a shifting darkness that couldn't be explained by the movement of the scope's light. Something was moving between the crates, something that absorbed light rather than reflected it. I pulled the scope back slightly, adjusting the angle to get a better view. There, in the narrow space between two large crates, a shadow detached, itself from the general darkness, forming a distinctly humanoid shape. As I watched, frozen, it turned slowly toward the camera, as if sensing the intrusion. I yanked the scope out of the port, my heart hammering. For several seconds I stood there, half expecting something to emerge from the container. When nothing happened, I quickly replaced the access port cover and gathered my tools. As I turned to leave, I noticed something that sent ice through my veins. The thin line of black sand I'd been careful not to disturb. It was broken now, a gap of several inches interrupting what had once been a continuous barrier. I hadn't touched it. I was certain of that, but something else had. I hurried back to the security checkpoint, trying to maintain a professional demeanor, despite the cold sweat beading on my forehead. "All set?" Reynolds asked, looking up from his monitor. "For now," I managed, signing the exit log with a hand that only slightly trembled. "May need to come back with different equipment." "Find the problem?" I hesitated. "Not exactly, but there's definitely something unusual about the lighting in that section." Reynolds nodded absently, already turning his attention back to his security feeds. As I left, I noticed he was focusing on the screens showing the restricted area, his brow furrowed slightly, as if trying to make sense of something he'd seen. I wondered if the shadows in the container had been visible on his monitors, and if so, what he made of them. I found Trent in the ship's small library, hunched over a terminal, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He looked up as I approached, immediately noting my expression. "You found something?" he said. "Not a question." I slid into the chair beside him, keeping my voice low. "I saw inside the container. There are artifacts in there, ancient ones with warnings all over them, and something else. Something that moves in the darkness. Trent's face paled. Like what we saw in the security footage? Similar, I confirmed. But there's more. The container was sealed with some kind of black sand line across the threshold. A line that was broken when I left, even though I never touched it. Black sand, Trent murmured, turning back to his terminal. That might connect with what I've been researching. He pulled up a document, a scholarly article about funerary practices in ancient cultures. I've been trying to trace the origin of these artifacts. The manifest lists them as coming from multiple excavation sites, but doesn't specify where exactly. Based on the container designation and the limited description, I think they might be connected to this. The article described a pre-Minoan culture that had practiced a form of shadow worship, believing that the shadow was a manifestation of the soul, separate from, but connected to the physical body. According to the text, these people had developed elaborate rituals to bind shadows to physical objects, creating vessels that could hold a shadow even after its owner had died. They believed that by preserving a person's shadow, they could grant a form of immortality, Trent explained. But there were darker aspects to the practice. Some texts suggest they didn't just preserve shadows, they harvested them, forcibly separating them from living people. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the security footage, the shadow figures touching the deckhands, who then stood, empty and unresponsive. You think that's what happened to those men? Their shadows were taken? I'm just theorizing based on limited information, Trent cautioned. But look at this. He scrolled down to a section about protective measures. The black sand you described, it's mentioned here. A mixture of volcanic ash and specific minerals, used to create barriers that shadows couldn't cross. They would surround burial chambers with it, or use it to contain objects thought to hold captured shadows. So someone on this ship knows what's in that container, I said, and they tried to contain it, and failed, Trent added grimly. The barrier was broken. We need to tell the captain, I decided. Whatever is happening, it's getting worse. Those shadows are becoming more active, more bold. Trent looked uncertain. What if he doesn't believe us? Or worse, what if he does, but decides the bonus money is worth the risk? Then we'll have to find another way to deal with this, I said. But we have to try official channels first. We agreed to approach Captain Riley together after dinner, presenting both the evidence we'd gathered and the research on the artifacts. It seemed like a solid plan, safety in numbers, a unified front. But when I returned to my quarters to prepare, I found my door ajar. I was certain I'd locked it before leaving. Cautiously, I pushed the door open. The room was dark. The overhead light that should have activated automatically remained off. I reached for the manual switch, but before I could flip it, I saw them. Shadows. Not just one or two, but dozens crowding the small space of my quarters. They clung to the walls, the ceiling, the floor, human-shaped but wrong, with limbs that bent at impossible angles and fingers that stretched into needle-thin points. They weren't moving, just waiting. I backed away slowly, not daring to breathe. The shadows remained still, but I could feel their attention focused on me, a weight of awareness that pressed against my skin like cold fingers. I closed the door quietly and practically ran to the bridge, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I needed to find Trent, to warn him that the shadows knew what we were planning. But when I reached the communications room, it was empty. Trent's terminal was still on, the screen showing the article about shadow worship. A half-empty coffee mug sat beside the keyboard, the liquid still warm. Cooper stepped out a few minutes ago, said a voice behind me. I turned to see Lauren Hayes, one of the junior communications officers. Did he say where he was going? She shook her head. He got a call from engineering, something about checking the satellite uplink on the lower deck. Seemed a bit odd since that's not really his department, but he went anyway. The lower deck, near the cargo holds. My stomach twisted with dread. If he comes back, tell him to stay put, I said. Tell him not to go anywhere alone. It's important. Hayes raised an eyebrow but nodded. I'll pass that along. I hurried to engineering, hoping to intercept Trent before he reached the lower deck. Chief Engineer Markson was there, overseeing repairs to one of the backup generators. "Cooper?" he repeated when I asked about the communications officer. I didn't call him down here. None of my team did. Which meant that the call Trent had received was a ruse. Someone or something had deliberately lured him away from the relative safety of the communications room. And I had a sickening suspicion I knew why. The shadows were isolating us, picking us off one by one. I was halfway to the lower deck when the ship's lights flickered, not just a momentary flicker, but a sustained dimming that lasted several seconds. When the illumination returned to normal, the quality of the light had changed subtly, as if some component had been drained away, leaving the brightness without warmth. A nearby intercom crackled to life. "Attention all crew members," came the captain's voice, tense but controlled. "We are experiencing electrical fluctuations throughout the vessel. Please remain at your stations and await further instructions. This is not a drill." I noticed that he didn't tell crew members to stay calm, perhaps because he knew that would be asking too much at this point. I quickened my pace, taking the stairs to the lower deck two at a time. The corridor leading to the cargo holds was dimly lit, the shadows between light fixtures deeper than they should have been. I called Trent's name, my voice echoing off the metal walls, but there was no response. As I approached cargo hold C, I heard something, a soft, rhythmic tapping. I approached cautiously, one hand on the door control, the other clutching my flashlight like a weapon. The hold was dark when I entered, the overhead lights reduced to a faint glow that barely penetrated the gloom. The tapping sound was coming from the far corner, where the shadows were deepest. "Trent?" I called, swinging my flashlight beam toward the sound. The light caught him mid-motion, his hand raised, tapping mechanically against a metal container. He was standing perfectly still otherwise, his back to me, facing the corner. "Trent, it's Marcus," I said, moving closer. "Are you okay?" He didn't respond, didn't turn, just continued that steady tapping. As I drew nearer, I could see that his shadow on the wall beside him was wrong. Too tall, too thin, its arm moving independently of Trent's rhythmic tapping. "Oh God," I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "Trent, if you can hear me, I'm going to get help." I began to back away slowly, keeping my flashlight trained on him. As I did, his head turned, not naturally, but with a jerky puppet-like motion that no human neck should be capable of. His eyes were open but vacant, his expression blank. His lips moved, forming words that weren't his own. Too late for the "Watcher," came a whisper that didn't sound like Trent's voice at all, higher, sibilant, with an echo that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Too late for the searcher. The seals are broken, the vessels are open, we are free." His shadow on the wall grew larger, stretching upward until it loomed over both of us, its elongated fingers reaching toward me. I ran, slamming the hold door behind me and punching the emergency lockdown code into the control panel. Alarms began to blare throughout the lower deck, metal shutters descending to isolate the compromised section. I didn't stop running until I reached the bridge, bursting in without bothering to request entry. Captain Riley whirled to face me, his weathered face tight with anger that quickly shifted to concern when he saw my expression. "Reed, what the hell is going on? Did you trigger the cargo hold lockdown?" "Captain," I gasped, trying to catch my breath. "We have to talk. Now. About what's in container SHD 37291. Riley's eyes narrowed. "My office," he said curtly, gesturing to a door off the main bridge. To his executive officer, he added, "Walsh, you too." Once inside the captain's office, with the door firmly closed, Riley fixed me with a hard stare. "Explain yourself, Reed, and it better be good." So I told them everything. The moving shadows, Parker's investigation, the security footage of the 3 deckhands, what Trent and I had discovered about the artifacts, and finally what had just happened in cargo hold. "Say, you accessed a restricted container without authorization," Riley said finally, his voice dangerously quiet. "You've been spreading rumors among my crew, and now you've triggered an emergency lockdown based on what sounds like a hallucination. brought on by exhaustion and paranoia. It's not a hallucination, I insisted. Check the security footage from Cargo Hold C. You'll see what happened to Trent. It's the same thing that happened to those 3 deckhands. The security system in that section malfunctioned during the power fluctuation, Walsh interjected smoothly. There is no footage to check. Convenient, I thought bitterly. Then send a security team down there, see for yourselves. I've already dispatched security, Riley said. They'll retrieve Cooper and assess the situation. In the meantime, you are relieved of duty pending a psychological evaluation. Captain, listen to me, I pleaded. Those artifacts are dangerous. The shadow entities they've released are getting stronger, more numerous. We need to reseal that container before it's too late. Riley's expression hardened. That's enough, Reed. First Officer Walsh will escort you to the infirmary where you'll remain under observation until we reach port. I turned to Walsh, hoping to find some support, but his face was impassive. This way, he said, opening the office door. As we left the bridge, I made one last desperate attempt. The black sand, I said to Walsh once we were alone in the corridor. You know what it's for, don't you? Someone on this ship tried to contain whatever's in that container. Was it you? Walsh's stride faltered momentarily. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, but the slight tremor in his voice betrayed him. You do, I pressed. You know exactly what those artifacts are. You've seen what the shadows can do. Walsh stopped, glancing around to ensure we were alone. Keep your voice down, he hissed. The walls have ears now, and eyes. They're everywhere. So you do know, I said, relief flooding through me at this confirmation. Why didn't you tell the captain? I tried, Walsh replied, his voice barely above a whisper. After the first incidents, he wouldn't listen. There's too much money at stake. The bonus for delivering those artifacts intact would set him up for retirement. And the shipping company made it clear that any irregularities with this cargo would result in severe penalties. So you tried to contain it yourself, with the black sand. Walsh nodded grimly. An old superstition from my grandmother. She was from a small island in the Aegean, with traditions dating back thousands of years. She taught me about shadow binding and the protections against it. I never believed it until you saw them for yourself, I finished. The sand barrier was working, he said. It kept the shadows confined to the container. But someone, or something, broke it while I was on duty on the bridge. And now, he didn't need to finish the thought. We both knew what was happening. Now we have to convince the captain, I said, before more people end up like Trent and the others. Walsh shook his head. Riley won't listen, not until he sees for himself. And by then it might be too late. Then we have to act on our own, I decided. You know about these entities. How do we stop them? The artifacts need to be resealed properly, Walsh said after a moment's hesitation. The black sand is only a temporary measure. The real containment comes from the ceremonial bindings, the cloth strips with symbols and the red cord knots. They were created specifically to hold captured shadows. And where do we get these materials? I have some, Walsh admitted. Not much, but perhaps enough. They were passed down through my family. I brought them aboard when I learned what cargo we'd be carrying. Then I began, but Walsh cut me off with a sharp gesture. Not now, he said. There are too many eyes watching. Meet me in my quarters at midnight. Deck B, room 217. Come alone and make sure you're not followed. I didn't like delaying, but I understood his caution. The shadow entities seemed aware of our plans, capable of intercepting communications and perhaps even reading intentions. If we were going to have any chance of containing them, we needed to move carefully. Midnight, I agreed. I'll be there. Walsh nodded, then resumed his official demeanor. The infirmary is this way, he said loudly for the benefit of anyone or anything that might be listening. The doctor will want to check you over. I played along, allowing him to escort me to the ship's small medical facility, where the harried ship's medic was already dealing with a growing number of crew members reporting everything from severe headaches to visual hallucinations. Another one? The medic asked wearily when Walsh brought me in. Possible stress reaction, Walsh explained. Keep him under observation for now. The medic nodded distractedly, directing me to an empty bed in the corner. Across the room, I could see the 3 deckhands from the security footage still unresponsive, their vacant eyes staring at nothing, and in the shadows between their beds, I could have sworn I saw something move, a deeper darkness that shifted when no one was looking directly at it. The hours until midnight stretched endlessly, each minute crawling by as I feigned sleep while watching the shadows gather in the corners of the infirmary. The ship's medic moved between patients, administering sedatives to those who couldn't stop screaming about the figures they saw in the dark. At 11:45 p.m., when the medic was occupied with a newly arrived patient, I slipped out of bed and made my way to the door. No one tried to stop me. The medical staff were overwhelmed and security was busy dealing with incidents throughout the ship. The corridors were dimly lit, the normal lighting reduced to emergency levels to conserve power. The shadows between light fixtures seemed to pulse with a life of their own, retreating when I approached only to surge back once I'd passed. I moved quickly but cautiously toward Deck B, avoiding the main passageways where I might be seen. Twice I had to duck into alcoves to avoid security patrols. The crew's fear was palpable now. Even the security officers moved in tight groups, their flashlights sweeping constantly, their hands never far from their weapons. I reached Walsh's quarters at exactly midnight, knocking softly on the door. There was no response. "Walsh?" I called quietly. "It's Reed." Still nothing. I tried the handle. The door was unlocked. That struck me as odd. In the current climate of fear, most crew members were double-locking their doors. I pushed it open, slowly, peering into the darkness beyond. "Walsh?" The room was pitch black, no sign of the first officer. I fumbled for the light switch, but when I flipped it, nothing happened. The darkness remained absolute. I stepped inside cautiously, my flashlight providing the only illumination. The beam seemed to struggle against the gloom, penetrating only a few feet before being swallowed by the unnatural darkness. "Walsh?" I tried again, sweeping the light across the room. The beam caught something on the desk, a small leather pouch open, with a line of black sand spilled across the polished surface. Beside it lay a bundle of cloth strips covered in strange symbols, and several lengths of red cord knotted in complex patterns, the materials Walsh had mentioned. But where was Walsh himself? I moved deeper into the room, the flashlight beam revealing details in snatches, a neatly made bed, a shelf of books, a framed photograph of a woman with Walsh's eyes, and then, in the far corner, a pair of boots. As I directed the light upward, I saw Walsh, or what remained of him. He was standing rigidly against the wall, his eyes open but empty, his expression frozen in a rictus of terror. His shadow stretched across the floor, but it wasn't shaped like Walsh at all. It was elongated, distorted, with too many limbs bending at impossible angles. As I watched in horror, the shadow began to peel away from the floor, rising up to stand, beside Walsh's unmoving form. It took shape slowly, becoming a 3-dimensional silhouette of absolute darkness, its elongated fingers reaching toward me. "Too late, Seeker," came a whisper that seemed to emanate from the shadow itself. Same voice I'd heard from Trent's lips in the cargo hold. "The Watcher tried to bind us, now he is ours." I backed toward the door, the flashlight beam passing harmlessly through the shadow entity. My hand closed around the pouch of black sand on the desk, and I flung its contents in a wide arc, creating a barrier between myself and the advancing shadow. The entity hissed, stopping at the line of sand. But then, deliberately, it placed one foot across the barrier, dispersing the grains. "Old ways," it whispered, seeming almost amused. "Weak ways. We are stronger now. Fed. Growing." I turned and ran, slamming the door behind me, though I knew it would do little to stop the shadow. As I raced down the corridor, alarms began to blare throughout the ship, a different pattern than before, one I recognized with a sinking heart, the general emergency signal. Something had gone very wrong. "Change direction," heading for the bridge. Whatever was happening, that's where I'd find answers, and possibly a means to fight back against the shadows that were steadily taking over the Horizon carrier. The third, the container that shouldn't exist. The bridge was in chaos when I arrived. Crew members rushed between stations, their faces pale with fear. Captain Riley stood at the center, barking orders as he studied the ship's status displays. "What's happening?" I demanded, pushing my way through to him. Riley turned, his eyes widening in surprise when he saw me. "Reed, you should be in the infirmary." "Walsh is gone," I said bluntly. "Taken by the shadows, just like Trent and the others. Now tell me what's going on." For a moment I thought Riley would have me forcibly removed. But something had changed in him. The stubborn denial replaced by a grim acceptance of our reality. "We've lost contact with engineering," he said. "And cargo holds C and D are not responding to override commands. The security teams I sent down haven't reported back." "The shadows are spreading," I said, "taking more crew members. Soon they'll have control of the entire ship." Riley didn't contradict me this time. "What do they want?" he asked instead. "I'm not sure," I admitted. "But it has something to do with those artifacts in container SHD 37291. Walsh knew more than he was telling us. He had materials to reseal the container, but the shadows got to him before he could explain how to use them." "Walsh?" Riley seemed genuinely surprised. "He never said anything to me about—" The ship's lights flickered dramatically, plunging the bridge into darkness for several long seconds before the emergency systems kicked in, bathing everything in a dim red glow. "We're losing power throughout the vessel," reported a technician from the engineering console. "Main generators are functioning, but the output is being drained somehow." "By what?" Riley demanded. The technician shook his head helplessly. "Unknown, sir. It's like something is feeding on the electricity directly." I remembered what the shadow had said in Walsh's quarters. "We are stronger now, fed, growing." The entities weren't just spreading. They were getting more powerful, absorbing energy from the ship's systems. "We need to get to that container," I told Riley. "It's the source of all this. If we can reseal it properly—" "The restricted cargo area is in lockdown," Riley interrupted. "And based on what you've told me, heavily infested with these shadow entities. We have to try," I insisted. "Otherwise, we're just waiting to be picked off one by one." Riley considered this, his weathered face tight with the weight of command. "I can't risk more crew members," he said finally, "but I can authorize you to make the attempt if you're willing. It seems you know more about these entities than anyone else still. Functional." It wasn't a particularly inspiring vote of confidence, but it was better than nothing. "I'll need access codes for the restricted area," I said, "and whatever Walsh had in his quarters. The black sand, the cloth strips, the red cord." Riley nodded. "To his executive officer, Walsh's replacement, a young woman named Eliza Chen, who looked like she hadn't slept in days. "Get Reed whatever he needs," he ordered, "and prep the secondary escape launches just in case." "Just in case of what, sir?" Chen asked. Riley's expression was grim. "In case Reed fails and we need to abandon ship." 30 minutes later, I was making my way down to the restricted cargo area, equipped with Walsh's materials and accompanied by Sarah Lindell, who had volunteered despite Riley's reluctance to risk more personnel. "I'm coming with you," she had insisted. "Two have a better chance than one. Besides, I've been studying the shadow folklore since this all started. I might notice something you miss." I couldn't argue with her logic, though I feared for her safety. The corridors leading to the lower decks were now almost completely dark, the emergency lighting functioning only sporadically. We moved carefully, our flashlights sweeping the shadows that seemed to retreat just enough to let us pass, but always gathering again behind us. "They're watching us," Sarah whispered as we descended the final stairwell to the cargo deck, letting us through. "Why would they do that?" I asked, though I feared I knew the answer. "Because they want us to reach the container," she replied. "Or because they're herding us somewhere." Neither option was comforting. The security checkpoint for the restricted area was unmanned, the guard station dark and empty. The log sheet where I'd signed in earlier was missing, and the security monitor showed only static. Reynolds must have been taken too, I murmured, using the captain's access code to open the heavy security door. Beyond lay the restricted cargo area, now in near total darkness. Our flashlight beams seemed to struggle against it, the light diffusing, unnaturally as if passing through some dense medium. There, Sarah said, pointing to a container in the far corner, SHD 37291. As we approached, I could see that the container doors now stood partially open, just a few inches, but enough to reveal the absolute darkness within. No light penetrated that opening, not even our powerful flashlights. The floor around the container was covered with strange markings, not random scuffs, but deliberate patterns that looked like they had been drawn with black sand. The patterns extended outward from the container in widening spirals, creating a complex maze that surrounded us on all sides. "What is this?" I asked, careful not to step on the lines. Sarah knelt to examine the patterns. "Binding symbols," she said. "Similar to the ones on the cloth strips Walsh had, but much more extensive. Someone with knowledge of the old ways tried to contain whatever was in this container." "Walsh?" She shook her head. "This would have taken hours to create, and deep knowledge of shadow-binding rituals. I think it might have been Parker, the electrician I replaced. That would explain his repeated visits to the cargo hold, his growing fear, and ultimately his death. He must have discovered what was happening and tried to stop it," Sarah theorized. "But he didn't complete the binding before." She didn't need to finish. We both knew what had happened to Parker. We made our way carefully to the container, stepping over the sand lines rather than disturbing them. Up close, I could see that many of the crates inside had been opened, their ancient contents exposed. Stone tablets, ceremonial vessels, and objects I couldn't identify were arranged in specific patterns on the container floor. "This isn't random," Sarah observed. "These artifacts have been deliberately positioned. It's a ritual arrangement." "For what purpose?" I asked. "Shadow binding is a two-way process," she explained, examining the positioning without touching anything. "It can trap shadows in objects, but it can also release them. This arrangement, it's a summoning circle. Someone deliberately set this up to free the shadow entities." "Who would do that, and why?" Sarah's face was grim as she pointed to one of the stone tablets. "According to the folklore, shadow entities can grant certain benefits to those who worship them. Extended life, enhanced abilities, protection from harm. At what cost?" "Sacrifice," she said simply. "Living shadows need to feed on life energy. The ancient texts speak of worshippers offering human sacrifices to the shadow gods, not killing the victims outright, but offering their life essence, leaving them as empty vessels, like the deckhands we'd found, like Trent and Walsh, and who knew how many others by now. So someone on this ship deliberately released these things," I said, anger building in me. "Set them loose to feed on the crew." "Yes," Sarah confirmed. "And based on how the artifacts are arranged, someone with extensive knowledge of the old rituals, someone who knew exactly what they were doing." A cold realization washed over me. "The 3-month voyage," I said slowly. "Isolated at sea, far from help, a captive population to feed the shadows. It wasn't an accident that these artifacts were transported this way." "No," came a voice from behind us. "It wasn't." We whirled to face Captain Riley, who stood at the entrance to the container, an antique pistol in his hand pointed steadily at us. "Captain?" Sarah gasped. "What are you doing?" "Ensuring the completion of a very old promise," Riley replied, his voice oddly serene. "A covenant made by my ancestors centuries ago, passed down through generations." "You," I said, the pieces falling into place. "You arranged for these artifacts to be transported on your ship. You set up this ritual." Riley smiled, a cold expression that didn't reach his eyes. "Very good, Reed. Yes, my family has served the shadow gods for millennia. We were their high priest before the temples were destroyed, their protectors when the outside world turned against the old ways." "You're sacrificing your own crew," Sarah said, disgust evident in her voice. "A necessary offering," Riley replied, calmly. The shadow gods need to feed to regain their strength after their long imprisonment. Each empty vessel they create makes them stronger, more substantial. Soon they will be powerful enough to exist independently, to spread beyond this ship. And what do you get out of this? I demanded. What's worth the lives of everyone aboard? Immortality, Riley said simply. My shadow, separated from my body, but preserved for eternity. Free from disease, from aging, from death itself. The ultimate reward for the faithful servant. As he spoke, I noticed something disturbing. Riley's shadow on the container wall behind him didn't match his movements. It was taller, more angular, with arms that moved independently of Riley's. You're already one of them, I realized. Your shadow has already been modified. Enhanced, Riley corrected. The first stage of the transformation, my shadow self, grows stronger as more energy is harvested from the crew. When enough have been claimed, I will complete the separation and join my gods in their perfect eternal existence. You're insane, Sarah spat. No, Riley said. I'm evolved, becoming something greater than human, and I can't allow you to interfere with the ritual at this critical stage. He raised the pistol higher, aiming at my chest. I'm sorry it has to end this way, Reed. You would have made an excellent vessel for the shadow gods, but you're too dangerous now, too knowledgeable. Before he could pull the trigger, a strange thing happened. The black sand lines on the floor began to vibrate, the patterns shifting as if disturbed by some unseen force. The temperature in the container dropped precipitously, our breath clouding. In the suddenly frigid air, Riley's shadow jerked violently, twisting away from him in a motion that should have been impossible. The captain cried out in pain, the pistol wavering in his grip. What are you doing? He gasped, his face contorted. It's not us, I said, backing away. It's them, the shadow gods. They're making their move. All around us, the darkness was congealing, forming distinct shapes, dozens of them, tall and thin with too many joints and elongated fingers. They emerged from every shadow in the container, surrounding Riley, who now looked confused and frightened. It is time, High Priest, came a chorus of whispering voices, seeming to emanate from every shadow at once. The covenant is fulfilled. The vessels are prepared. We are strong again. Yes, Riley said, relief washing over his features. Yes, my lords, I have done as promised. Now I claim my reward. Separation and preservation. Immortality is one of you. The shadow entities circled him slowly, their movements liquid and graceful. Riley's own shadow stretched toward them eagerly, straining away from his feet as if desperate to join them. The covenant is fulfilled, the shadows repeated. The price must be paid. Yes, Riley agreed, lowering the pistol. Take me into your realm. Make me immortal, as promised. What happened next occurred so quickly I could barely process it. The shadow entities converged on Riley from all sides, not just touching him as they had the others, but enveloping him completely. His shadow was torn away from him in a violent motion that made Riley scream, a sound of such primal agony that it froze my blood. When the shadow entities withdrew, Riley remained standing, but changed. His body was shriveled, desiccated as if every drop of moisture had been drained from him. His eyes were open but clouded over, his skin stretched tight across his bones. He looked like a mummy, preserved but utterly empty. And his shadow was simply gone, not separated and preserved but consumed entirely. The covenant is complete, whispered the shadows. The sacrifice accepted. They lied to him, Sarah murmured beside me. They never intended to give him immortality. They just needed him to release them, to provide them with vessels to feed. The shadow entities were coalescing now, merging into larger, more substantial forms. With each passing moment, they seemed more solid, more present in our reality. We must act now, Sarah said urgently. While they're distracted with their transformation, the binding materials, quickly, I fumbled with the pouch of black sand. Walsh had collected, pouring it in a circle around us and the central artifact, a stone pedestal that seemed to be the focal point of the ritual arrangement. Sarah began placing the cloth strips with their ancient symbols on the pedestal, reciting words in a language I didn't recognize, phrases she must have learned from her research into the shadow folklore. The shadow entities noticed what we were doing and surged toward us, but they couldn't cross the line of black sand. They hissed and writhed at the barrier, their form momentarily destabilized by their contact with it. "The knots," Sarah instructed, her hands moving deftly with the red cord. "They need to be tied in a specific pattern, 7 crossings, 3 loops, then pull tight while speaking the binding word." I followed her instructions, my fingers working clumsily with the unfamiliar patterns. As each knot was completed, the shadow entities seemed to shrink slightly, their forms becoming less substantial. "It's working," I said, hope rising in me for the first time. But the shadows were adaptable. Those that couldn't cross the sand barrier began flowing up the walls and across the ceiling, seeking a way to reach us from above. "Hurry," Sarah urged, placing the final cloth strip on the pedestal. "We don't have much time." I tied the last knot, pulling it tight as Sarah spoke the binding word, a harsh guttural sound that seemed to resonate through the container. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The shadow entities contorted, their forms stretching and shrinking, as if caught in some powerful current. They were being pulled toward the artifacts, their substance compressed and contained by the binding ritual. One by one, they were drawn into the stone tablets, the ceremonial vessels, the ancient objects arranged on the container floor. With each absorption, the darkness in the container lessened, normal shadows returning to their proper places. But one shadow entity, the largest, most substantial, resisted the binding. It hovered at the edge of our protective circle, its form wavering but not diminishing. "The high shadow," Sarah said, a tremor in her voice. "The most powerful. Our binding isn't strong enough." The entity seemed to study us, its featureless face somehow conveying ancient hunger and patient malevolence. Then, with deliberate slowness, it extended one elongated finger toward our sand circle. "Submit," it whispered, its voice like dry leaves, rustling. "Join us in the eternal darkness. Your vessels are perfect, your shadows ripe for harvesting." "Never," Sarah replied, though I could see her trembling. The high shadow's finger touched the black sand and passed through it, breaking the protective barrier that had held the lesser entities at bay. "The old ways are weak against us now," it hissed, triumph in its voice. "We have fed, we have grown, we are beyond your pitiful bindings." As it advanced toward us, I frantically searched for something, anything, that might stop it. My eyes fell on Riley's dropped pistol, lying just outside our broken circle. In a desperate lunge, I dove for the weapon, my fingers closing around its antique grip. The metal was ice cold, as if the gun itself had been drained of warmth by proximity to the shadow entities. I rolled to my back, aiming at the advancing high shadow. "Stay back," I shouted, knowing how futile the warning was. The entity paused, seeming almost amused by my primitive defense. "Iron and lead," it whispered dismissively. "Physical weapons cannot harm that which has no physical form." It was right, of course. What good was a bullet against a shadow? But then I noticed something, a small etching on the barrel of the pistol, a symbol similar to those on the cloth strips Sarah had placed on the pedestal. This wasn't an ordinary weapon. It had been modified, enhanced with the same ancient magic that bound shadows to objects. Riley's pistol. Of course he would have a way to control the entities if they turned against him, a failsafe he never got to use. I aimed carefully, not at the high shadow itself, but at the stone pedestal at the center of the ritual arrangement. "Close your eyes," I yelled to Sarah, then pulled the trigger. The report was deafening in the confined space of the container, but what followed was even more dramatic. The bullet struck the pedestal, and instead of stone fragments, there was a blinding flash of pure white light, light so intense it seemed to burn away the darkness itself. The high shadow shrieked, a sound of such primal agony that it felt like needles driving into my eardrums. Its form began to disintegrate, tatters of darkness peeling away like smoke in a high wind. The light Sarah gasped, shielding her eyes. True light is their weakness. Not just the absence of darkness, but pure concentrated light. The white radiance emanating from the shattered pedestal grew in intensity, filling the container and spilling out into the cargo hold beyond. Everywhere it touched, the unnatural shadows receded, normal physics reasserting itself in their wake. The high shadow was disintegrating rapidly now, its substance torn apart by the relentless light. As it failed, I heard one final whisper, not of threat but of promise. We return to the darkness, but darkness always returns. We will be waiting, watching. When light fails, as it always must, we will rise again. Then it was gone, the last tatters of its form absorbed into the glowing fragments of the pedestal. The light pulsed once more, blindingly bright, then gradually faded to a soft, steady illumination that seemed to come from the artifacts themselves. We did it, Sarah breathed, lowering her hands from her eyes. We bound them back into the artifacts. For now, I cautioned, remembering the high shadow's final words. But they're not destroyed, just contained. It's enough, she said. We can secure the container properly, make sure no one else releases them. We worked quickly to restore the protective measures, using the remaining black sand to create a barrier around the artifacts, and securing the container doors with both physical locks and the ceremonial bindings of cloth and knotted cord. By the time we finished, the ship's regular lighting had returned to normal. The unnatural darkness that had plagued the Horizon carrier finally dispelled. But the cost had been terrible. Of the crew of 47, only 19 remained fully functional. The others were like Riley, alive in the technical sense, but empty, their consciousness seemingly erased by their contact with the shadow entities. For the night, the shadows took shape. The remainder of the voyage was a somber affair. With Riley gone, First Officer Chen took command, and her first priority was getting the surviving crew members to the nearest port as quickly as possible. We'll report engine trouble, she decided during our emergency meeting in the conference room. Mechanical failure requiring immediate attention. No mention of what actually happened. Those people need help, I argued, thinking of the empty vessels in the infirmary. Medical attention, specialists who might understand what was done to them. And who would believe us, Chen countered. Shadow entities that consume consciousness, ancient binding rituals. We'd all be sectioned for psychiatric evaluation before they even brought the ship to dock. She wasn't wrong. Without experiencing it firsthand, who would accept such an impossible explanation? What about the container? Sarah asked. We can't. Just deliver it as if nothing happened. We'll report it lost at sea, Chen decided. A casualty of the mechanical failure that necessitated our emergency port call. The shipping company will face penalties, but that's nothing compared to what would happen if those artifacts fell into the wrong hands, or the right hands that didn't understand what they were dealing with. It was a cover-up, plain and simple. But under the circumstances, I couldn't see a better alternative. The world wasn't ready for the truth about the shadow gods and what they could do, what they would do, if given the chance to break free again. 3 days later, we limped into port with a skeleton crew and a hastily fabricated story about catastrophic engine failure. The shipping company representatives were furious about the lost container, but Chen's meticulous documentation of the supposed mechanical failure and the obvious trauma visible on the surviving crew members prevented any serious questioning of our account. The empty vessels, we couldn't bring ourselves to call them crew members anymore, though they technically still lived, were transferred to a local medical facility, diagnosed with an unknown toxic exposure that had caused severe neurological damage. The prognosis was poor. Whatever the shadow entities had taken from them, it wasn't something medical science could restore. As for the container, it was officially declared lost. What really happened to it, only Chen, Sarah, and I knew for certain. The night before we reached port, we had transferred the bound artifacts to a smaller container and dropped it into the deepest part of the ocean we could find. Over 15,000 feet down, in a trench where no light could penetrate and no human technology. was likely to retrieve it for many, many years. At least that was our intention. The binding ritual should have held the shadow entities trapped within their artifact vessels, and the ocean depths should have provided an additional layer of security. Should have. But as I watched the weighted container sink into the darkness, I couldn't shake a growing certainty that we hadn't seen the last of the shadow gods. The High Shadow's final words echoed in my mind. When light fails, as it always must, we will rise again. Sarah and I were the only ones who knew the full truth of what had happened aboard the Horizon carrier. Chen had been briefed on the essentials, but she deliberately avoided learning the details, preferring plausible deniability if questions ever arose. After the official investigation concluded, mechanical failure, toxic exposure, tragic but unavoidable, accident, the surviving crew members scattered. Most left the seafaring life altogether, haunted by experiences they couldn't explain even to themselves. The shipping company, eager to avoid liability, offered generous severance packages in exchange for confidentiality agreements. Sarah and I stayed in contact, drawn together by our shared ordeal and the knowledge we carried. We researched shadow lore in our spare time, looking for more information about the entities we'd encountered and how to defend against them if, when, they returned 6 months after the Horizon carrier incident. I was living in a small coastal apartment, working as an independent electrical contractor and trying to convince myself that normal life was still possible. I'd installed high-powered lights in every room, positioned to eliminate any shadows, where something might lurk. I slept with the lights on when I slept at all. It was during a rare moment of actual rest that I felt it, a cold sensation against my skin, like a finger tracing the outline of my body. I jolted awake to find my apartment completely dark, despite the multiple lights that should have been burning. Power outage, I told myself, fighting down panic. Just a normal, explainable power outage. But when I reached for the flashlight I kept beside my bed, my hand passed through a patch of cold so intense it burned. I jerked back, fully awake now, eyes straining against the absolute darkness. And there it was, a shadow, deeper than the surrounding blackness, standing at the foot of my bed. Not fully formed, not substantial like the entities on the ship had become, but undeniably present. Watching. "You can't be here," I whispered, my voice cracking. "You're bound. Contained. At the bottom of the ocean." A soft sound like distant laughter emanated from the shadow. "Some of us," it agreed, its voice barely audible. "The lesser ones. The weaker ones. But not all." I lunged for the emergency light. I kept under the bed, a battery-powered lantern designed to activate automatically during power failures. It had failed to switch on, but when I grabbed it and manually triggered the power button, a weak glow emerged, pushing back the darkness just enough to reveal the shadow entity in full. It was smaller than those I'd encountered on the ship, less defined, more like a rough sketch of a human figure than the detailed silhouettes the shadow gods had manifested as, but its fingers were the same. Unnaturally long, tapering to points that seemed sharp enough to pierce the very fabric of reality. One of those fingers was extended toward me, almost touching my chest, right over my heart. "Not yet strong enough to take you," the shadow whispered, withdrawing slightly from the lantern's light. "But soon. We are patient. We are eternal, and we remember those who trapped us." "How did you find me?" I demanded, my hand shaking so badly the lantern's beam wavered erratically. "How did you escape the binding?" "Not escaped," it corrected. "Never fully bound. A fragment. A whisper. A piece of the whole that clung to your shadow when the light burned us away." I glanced down at my own shadow, cast by the lantern against the wall. It looked normal, behaving as a shadow should, moving when I moved. But was there something extra there? A slight thickening at the edges, a depth that ordinary shadows shouldn't possess? "You've been with me all this time," I realized with horror, hiding in my shadow. Watching. Waiting. Learning. The shadow added, its form rippling in what might have been amusement. Growing. Finding others like us, fragments that escaped the binding by clinging to the vessels you sought to save. The crew members. I whispered. The empty vessels. Not empty, it corrected. Never empty. Filled with us now. Our substance. Our awareness. Walking among you. Wearing human form. Gathering strength for what comes next. A chill ran through me at the implication. We had saved the physical bodies of the affected crew members, but their vacant minds had been filled with fragments of the shadow entities. They were puppets now, sleeper agents for the darkness moving through the world undetected. What do you want? I asked, though I feared I knew the answer. Everything. The shadow replied simply. All light extinguished. All shadows awakened. The world as it was meant to be, before humans captured fire and pushed back the darkness. It began to move toward me again, undeterred by the weakening lantern. Light. But first we want you, the binder, the one who shattered our manifestation. Your vessel will be our herald, your shadow our strongest warrior. The lantern flickered, its batteries failing far sooner than they should have. The shadow entity grew more substantial with each flicker, its form solidifying as the light weakened. In desperation, I threw the lantern directly at it. There was a sound like thin ice cracking, and the shadow dispersed momentarily, fragments of darkness scattering like smoke, but almost immediately they began to reform, flowing back together, with deliberate purpose. I ran, not bothering with clothes or possessions, just needing to escape the darkness closing in around me. I burst from my apartment into the hallway, expecting the overhead lights to provide sanctuary. They were all dark, every bulb in the building, seemingly drained of power. But down the hall, through the exit sign, I could see the glow of streetlights outside. Natural light, powered by the city's electrical grid rather than my apartment's compromised circuits. I sprinted for the exit, the shadow entity pursuing with a liquid grace that ate up the distance between us. I could feel its cold fingers brush against my back as I slammed through the exit door into the blessed light beyond. The entity recoiled from the streetlights, retreating to the darkness of the building's interior. But it did not disappear entirely. Through the glass panel in the door, I could see it waiting, watching, a patch of deeper darkness that had taken on my rough outline. It had claimed my abandoned shadow as its own. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't returned to my apartment, haven't stayed in one place for more than a night since then. I carry portable lights with fresh batteries at all times, and I sleep only in the brightest locations I can find. Sarah is gone. When I finally managed to contact her, her roommate told me she had been hospitalized after a nervous breakdown that left her catatonic. When I visited the hospital, I knew immediately what had happened. Her shadow on the wall beside her bed was wrong, too angular, too fluid in its movements. A fragment of the shadow entities had claimed her, just as one had tried to claim me. I've been researching obsessively, looking for ways to fight back, to protect myself and others from what's coming. The shadow fragments are gathering strength, consolidating their power. Soon they'll be strong enough to manifest fully again, to take more vessels, to spread their influence beyond those who encountered them directly. I write this account as both warning and guide. If you're reading this and the lights in your home have been failing more often than they should, if you've caught glimpses of movement in dark corners where nothing should be moving, if you've felt cold fingers tracing the edge of your shadow, then they've found you too. Here's what I've learned. True light is their weakness, not artificial illumination that casts shadows of its own, but pure, shadowless light from all directions. It doesn't banish them permanently, but it drives them back, weakens their hold on our reality. The black sand barrier works against lesser fragments, but not against stronger manifestations. The binding rituals are more effective, but require specialized knowledge and materials that are increasingly difficult to find. Most importantly, watch your shadow. If it moves when you don't, if it lingers a moment too long when you turn away, if it seems deeper or darker than it should be, then you're already marked. They're already with you, watching, waiting for darkness to fall. I don't know how much longer I can stay ahead of them. The fragment that claimed my shadow is persistent, patient. I feel it searching for me in every dark room, every nighttime, street, every shadow cast by the setting sun. And now, as I write these final words, I see it. A darkness gathering in the corner of this room, gradually taking shape. The lights are still on, but they seem dimmer than they were a moment ago, as if the very electricity is being drained to feed the growing shadow. I will run again, find another temporary haven, but I know the truth now. The truth that the high shadow whispered as it dispersed aboard the Horizon carrier. The sea was unusually calm that night, black as pitch with no moon to guide us, just the hum of the engines and the soft lapping of waves against the hull of the MV Eternity. I'd been on countless cargo runs across eastern waters over the past 8 years, but something about this journey felt different from the moment we left port. The air tasted metallic, and the stars seemed to blink in patterns I'd never witnessed before. "Abbas, come look at this," Samir called out from the stern. As the ship's security officer, I was used to crew members calling me over for trivial matters, usually contraband they'd found or disputes that needed settling. But Samir's voice carried an edge I hadn't heard before, a tremor that made my skin crawl. The crate sat on the deck, weathered and ancient, its wood warped by decades, perhaps centuries at sea. About the size of a small trunk, it bore no shipping labels, no identifying markers. Only strange, intricate carvings adorned its surface, faces contorted in agony, their mouths frozen in permanent screams. I crouched down, examining the craftsmanship. The faces seemed to shift with the shadows cast by our flashlights. "Has anyone opened it? Are you insane?" Victor stepped back. "Look at those faces. Whatever's inside shouldn't be disturbed." The captain arrived moments later, his weathered face hardening at the sight of the box. 25 years at sea had instilled in him a deep respect for its mysteries and dangers. "Get it off my ship," he ordered immediately, his voice cutting through the night air. "Shouldn't we check what's inside first?" I suggested. "It could be valuable." The captain's eyes met mine with unusual severity. "In my experience, Abbas, things that appear mysteriously on ships in the middle of the ocean are never valuable in ways you want. What if it's a distress container?" I persisted. "Some sort of message?" "Then the message is already clear," he said, turning to leave. "Throw it overboard by morning." That's an order, but I couldn't let it go. As security officer, I told myself it was my duty to investigate unidentified objects. The truth was simpler and more dangerous. I was curious. That night, while most of the crew slept, I smuggled the box to my quarters. Under the dim light of my cabin, the carving seemed even more detailed, more alive. The wood felt unnaturally warm beneath my fingers, like fevered skin, and as I traced the outlines of the tortured faces, I could have sworn I felt them breathe. Their lips seemed to quiver, begging to speak. A faint, rhythmic sound emanated. From inside, not quite a heartbeat, but something unsettlingly similar, like wet meat being pounded. I should have listened to the captain. I should have thrown it overboard while I still could. Instead, I secured it beneath my bunk, promising myself I would examine it properly in the morning. As I drifted off to sleep, I could have sworn I heard whispers, distant at first, then growing louder until they seemed to fill the room with their desperate pleas. 3 days of increasingly restless sleep, of waking drenched in sweat with no memory of my dreams beyond a lingering sense of dread. 3 days of hearing that box call to me, though I told myself it was just my imagination. The captain had been asking about it, wondering if I'd followed his orders. I lied, told him I'd watched it sink into the depths, the first lie I'd ever told him in 8 years of service. Tommy, our mechanic, noticed my exhaustion during dinner on the 4th night. "You look like death," he said, sliding a bottle of whiskey across the table when the others had gone. This might help. Tommy was in his 50s, a grizzled veteran who'd seen more oceans than most men had seen streets. His weathered face bore the marks of a hard life, a scar across his left cheek from a bar fight, hands perpetually stained with engine grease no amount of scrubbing could remove. But it was his eyes that told his true story, haunted by something he never discussed. "I've been having trouble sleeping," I admitted, accepting the bottle. "Ship's too quiet," he nodded, understanding. "Sometimes I miss the old rust buckets. They creaked and groaned like living things." We drank well into the night, and perhaps it was the alcohol that loosened my tongue, or perhaps it was the need to share the burden with someone else. Whatever. The reason I told him about the box. "Show me," he said immediately, his eyes suddenly sharp despite the drink. I hesitated. "The captain ordered it overboard, and yet here it is." Tommy grinned. "Come on. I've seen my share of oddities at sea. Let me have a look. I shouldn't have taken him to my cabin. I shouldn't have shown him the box, but in that moment, sharing the secret felt like relief." Tommy circled the box, running his fingers over the carvings like I had done. "Extraordinary," he murmured. "I've never seen craftsmanship like this." "Do you recognize the style?" I asked hopefully. He shook his head. "Not the style, but the feeling it gives. I felt something similar before. On a ship near the Arctic Circle. We found something in the ice." He trailed off, lost in memory. Then, with a sudden decisiveness, "We should open it." "The captain said—" "The captain isn't here," Tommy interrupted, already searching for a way to pry it open. "And we're not throwing it overboard until we know what's inside." I wanted to stop him. I should have stopped him. But curiosity overcame caution, and I found myself helping him look for the seam of the lid. There was no lock, only a simple wooden latch carved to resemble a serpent devouring its own tail. When Tommy lifted it, the lid creaked open with surprising ease, as if the box had been waiting for this moment. Inside was nothing but darkness, a darkness deeper than seemed possible, as if we were looking into a bottomless well rather than a wooden container. A putrid odor rolled out, the stench of something long dead yet somehow still rotting. "Empty?" I frowned, leaning closer. Tommy's face changed. All the color drained from it as he stared into that impossible darkness. He wasn't seeing emptiness, he was seeing something I couldn't. "My boy," he whispered, his voice suddenly childlike. "My little boy, how did you find me here?" "Tommy?" I touched his shoulder, but he didn't seem to hear me. "I'm sorry," he continued, tears streaming down his face now. "I should have been there. I should have been on shore that day. If I'd been there, you wouldn't have gone into the water alone." Horror dawned on me as I realized what was happening. Tommy had once mentioned a son, just once, during a drunken night years ago. A son who had drowned while Tommy was at sea. "Close." I urged, reaching for the lid. "Tommy, it's not real. It's not him." But Tommy pushed me away with surprising strength. "Don't you touch him." He snarled, his eyes wild. "He's come back to me. My boy's come back to me." What happened next still haunts my dreams. Tommy reached into the box, his hands disappearing into that impossible darkness up to his elbows. His expression of wonder turned to confusion, then to pain, then to absolute terror. He tried to pull back, but something had him. He screamed, a sound no human throat should be capable of making. As his arms were pulled further in, the bones snapping audibly as they were forced at unnatural angles. I grabbed him around the waist, trying to pull him free, but the force from within the box was impossibly strong. Tommy's body began to twist, his spine contorting as if invisible hands were wringing him like a wet cloth. Blood gushed from his mouth as his internal organs ruptured under the pressure, and while he kept screaming his son's name. With one final sickening crack, Tommy's body went limp. The invisible force released him and he collapsed to the floor, his limbs twisted at impossible angles, his face frozen in an expression of absolute horror. But his eyes were worse. They remained open, bulging from their sockets, and in them I could see not the emptiness of death, but the presence of something else entirely. Something that was not Tommy. The box lid slammed shut on its own. I stood there paralyzed with shock for how long I couldn't say. Tommy's blood pooled around my feet, black in the dim light of my cabin. What remained of his body barely resembled a human form anymore, a grotesque sculpture of broken bones and ruptured flesh. Eventually, survival instinct took over. I had to get rid of the evidence. If the captain found out I'd kept the box, that it had somehow killed Tommy. I wrapped Tommy's remains in my bed sheets, struggling not to vomit at the way his bones shifted unnaturally beneath the fabric. At 3 a.m., I carried the bundle to the deck, checking carefully that no one was around. The night was moonless, the perfect darkness to hide my crime. I whispered a broken apology as I tipped the bundle over the rail, watching as it disappeared into the black water below. But the box, I couldn't bring myself to touch it again. Not yet. Something told me it wouldn't let itself be discarded so easily. When I returned to my cabin, I found the blood was gone. The floor was spotless, as if Tommy had never been there. Only the box remained, sitting innocently on my table, the carved faces seeming to smile now rather than scream. The next morning, Tommy's absence was immediately noticed. The captain organized a search of the ship, but I knew they wouldn't find him. I said nothing, did nothing to raise suspicion, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw Tommy's twisted body, heard his impossible screams. Maria, our first mate, cornered me in the corridor outside the mess hall. A tall, severe woman with calculating eyes. She had never been particularly friendly, but she was observant. Too observant. "You were drinking with Tommy last night," she said. It wasn't a question. "For a while," I admitted. "He went back to his cabin around midnight." She studied my face. "His bed hasn't been slept in. Maybe he fell asleep somewhere else. You know how he gets when he drinks?" "Perhaps." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "But he never misses a morning check of the engines. Not once in 7 years." I shrugged, trying to appear unconcerned. "He'll turn up." "Yes," she agreed. "One way or another, we always find what's missing on a ship. There's nowhere to hide in the middle of the ocean." The subtle threat in her words followed me throughout the day. By evening, the mood on the ship had darkened. Tommy was well liked, and his disappearance had everyone on edge. Whispers of accident or suicide spread through the crew. Someone suggested he might have fallen overboard during the night, drunk and disoriented. The captain ordered all storage areas and unused compartments searched again. As security officer, I had to participate, pretending to look for a man I knew we would never find. The guilt was a physical presence, a weight on my chest making it difficult to breathe. That night, alone in my cabin, I stared at the box. It seemed to have grown somehow, though I knew that was impossible. The carved faces watched me, their expressions seeming to shift between agony and ecstasy when I wasn't looking directly at them. "What are you?" I whispered. No answer came, at least not in words. But deep inside I felt something stir, a knowledge that wasn't mine, a memory of ancient power trapped and waiting. The box didn't speak, but it made me understand. It fed on fear. Tommy's deepest fear, his guilt over his son's death, had been its first meal on our ship, and it was still hungry. Sleep eluded me. Every time I drifted off, I heard Tommy's screams, saw his body twisting. When I finally fell into an exhausted slumber near dawn, my dreams were filled with faces, the carved faces from the box, morphing into the faces of my crewmates, their features distorting in terror. I awoke to screaming, real screaming, not from my dreams, coming from somewhere below decks. I threw on clothes and ran toward the sound, meeting other crew members in the corridors, all of us converging on the storage area near the bow. The captain arrived first, using his override key to open the locked door. The screaming had stopped. By then, replaced by a terrible silence, Maria was inside, or what remained of her. She was wedged halfway through a small maintenance hatch, a space barely large enough for a child to crawl through, certainly not large enough for an adult human body. Yet somehow, her body had been forced through it, compression fracturing every bone, rupturing organs, tearing skin. Her face, grotesquely distorted by the pressure, still wore an expression of absolute terror. "How is this possible?" the captain whispered, his face ashen. No one had an answer, No human could have done this to her. The hatch was too small, the compression too complete. It was as if some impossible force had tried to push her entire body through a space it could never fit. As the ship's doctor examined the body, I noticed something clutched in Maria's twisted fingers, a small piece of paper. When no one was looking, I pried it free. It was a page from her personal journal. On it, she had written a single sentence over and over. "I can't breathe in tight spaces, I can't breathe in tight spaces, I can't breathe in tight spaces." I knew then what had happened. Somehow the box had found her, had shown her the small maintenance hatch and made her deepest fear, claustrophobia, manifest in the most horrible way imaginable. The captain ordered her body to be wrapped for burial at sea and placed the storage room off limits pending his investigation. But what investigation could explain this? What rational process could make sense of a woman crushed through an impossible space? As the crew gathered for Maria's sea burial later that day, I observed their faces. Fear had taken root, not just grief or shock, but primal fear. They knew, as I did, that what had happened to Maria defied natural explanation. Raphael, our chief engineer, approached me after the ceremony. A stocky man with perpetually oil-stained hands and a quiet intelligence, he had been Maria's closest friend aboard the ship. "This wasn't an accident," he said quietly. "The captain thinks—" "I don't care what the captain thinks," Raphael interrupted. "Maria would never have gone into that storage room alone. She hated confined spaces. Everyone knew that." I said nothing, guilt churning in my stomach. "Something is happening on this ship," he continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "First Tommy disappears, then Maria dies in an impossible way. It's not natural." "What are you suggesting?" I asked, though I already knew. Raphael glanced around to ensure we weren't overheard. "The old sailors have stories about things that find ships in the open ocean, things that don't belong in our world." "Superstition," I said automatically, but without conviction. "Is it?" His dark eyes bored into mine. "You're hiding something, Abbas. I can see it in your face. If you know what's happening here, you need to speak up before someone else dies." I almost told him then. The words were on the tip of my tongue, a confession about the box, about Tommy, about everything. But fear kept me silent. Fear of what the crew would do to me when they learned I was responsible, and deeper fear of what the box might do if I betrayed it. "I know nothing," I lied. Raphael didn't believe me. I could see it in his eyes. But he didn't press further. He simply walked away, shoulders hunched as if carrying an invisible burden. That night, unable to face returning to my cabin where the box waited, I volunteered for an extra watch. The captain, concerned about the crew's mental state after Maria's death, agreed that no one should be alone for too long. I patrolled the quiet corridors of the ship, listening to the hum of engines and the occasional creak of metal against the sea. Around 2 a.m. I smelled smoke, faint at first, then stronger, the acrid scent of electrical fire. I ran toward the engine room, shouting the alarm as I went. By the time I reached it, thick black smoke was pouring from the doorway. Inside, through the haze, I could make out flames spreading across one wall of control panels, and in front of them, illuminated by the hellish glow, was Raphael. He wasn't moving to fight the fire or escape. He was standing perfectly still, staring into the flames with an expression of absolute terror. Even as the heat blistered his skin and melted his uniform to his flesh, he remained motionless, paralyzed by something only he could see. "Raphael," I shouted, pulling my shirt over my mouth against the smoke. "Get out." He didn't seem to hear me. His lips were moving, saying something I couldn't hear over the roar of the flames. I tried to reach him, but the heat was too intense, driving me back. Other crew members arrived with extinguishers, fighting to control the blaze before it could spread to the fuel systems. By the time we managed to suppress the worst of the fire, Raphael was beyond saving. His body was charred beyond recognition, little more than a blackened husk in the shape of a man. But his eyes, somehow his eyes remained intact, wide open, filled with the same terrible awareness I had seen in Tommy's. The box had claimed another victim. Later, when the captain was interviewing everyone about the fire, I learned that Raphael had had a pathological fear of burning since childhood. He had seen his home burn down, had been trapped inside until rescuers broke through. The fear had never left him, and somehow, the box had known, had used that fear to feed itself. 3 deaths in 5 days. Tommy lost to his guilt, Maria crushed by her claustrophobia, Raphael consumed by his fear of fire. Each death more terrible than the last. Each victim facing their deepest fear in the most horrific way imaginable. With each death, I felt the box growing stronger. I had hidden it in ventilation duct outside my cabin. I couldn't bear to sleep with it anymore. But distance didn't matter. I could feel its presence, a malevolent awareness spreading throughout the ship like poison. And worse, I could sense its hunger growing. The crew was unraveling. Whispers of a curse spread from mouth to mouth. Some believed we had angered the sea. Others spoke of vengeful spirits or ancient evils. Arguments broke out over nothing, dissolving into fistfights that the captain struggled to control. No one slept properly anymore. Dark circles shadowed every pair of eyes. People jumped at shadows, avoided being alone, watched each other with growing suspicion. And all the while, I said nothing. Did nothing. Paralyzed by my own guilt and fear. 1 week after finding the box, I realized I could hear it calling to me. Not with words exactly, but with a pull I felt in my mind, my soul, a siren song of temptation and dread. Open me again, it seemed to say. See your fear, embrace it. I resisted. Each night I lay awake, fighting the compulsion to retrieve the box from its hiding place. Each night the call grew stronger. The faces I had seen carved in the wood began appearing in my dreams, speaking to me in languages I didn't understand, but somehow comprehended on a primal level. They promised power, knowledge, freedom from fear, if only I would submit to it first. I began to avoid the other crew members, afraid they would see my secret written on my face. The captain watched me, with growing suspicion. Another death would happen soon. We all felt it coming, like the pressure drop before a storm. On the 9th night, exhausted beyond reason, I finally gave in. I retrieved the box from its hiding place, my hands trembling as I carried it back to my cabin. It felt heavier than before, pulsing with a life of its own. I set it on my desk and stared at it for hours, fighting the urge to open it again. The carved faces seemed more distinct now, more alive. I recognized some of them, Tommy, Maria, Raphael, their death agonies now preserved in the ancient wood. "What do you want from us?" I whispered. The room grew colder. The air thickened, becoming difficult to breathe. And then impossibly, one of the carved mouths moved. "Everything," it whispered back. I scrambled away, my back hitting the wall. The voice wasn't in the room. It was in my head, slithering through my thoughts like a parasite. "Your fear is exquisite," it continued. So many layers. Fear of failure. Fear of judgment. But underneath them all, your true fear, the one you hide even from yourself. "Stop," I begged. "Loneliness," the voice pronounced with terrible satisfaction. "Your deepest fear is being truly alone, abandoned, forgotten, no one to mourn you, no one to remember." I covered my ears, but it made no difference. The voice was inside me now. "That's why you've never left this ship in 8 years. Why you cling to these people who barely know you. Without them, who would you be? What would remain of Abbas?" "Shut up," I screamed. "Get out of my head." A knock at my door silenced the voice. I froze, trying to control my ragged breathing. "Abbas?" It was the captain. "Who are you talking to?" I glanced frantically at the box. I couldn't let him find it. "No one, sir. Just a nightmare." "Open the door." My heart pounding, I threw a blanket over the box before unlocking the door. The captain stood in the corridor, his face haggard with exhaustion and worry. Behind him stood Vikram and Nasir, 2 of the deckhands. All 3 men looked grim. "May I come in?" the captain asked, though it wasn't really a question. I stepped aside, painfully aware of the blanket-covered box on my desk. The captain entered, his eyes scanning the small cabin. Vikram and Nasir remained in the doorway, blocking any escape. "The crew is frightened," the captain said without preamble. 3 dead in just over a week. People are talking about dark forces, curses. He fixed me with a penetrating stare. "And they're talking about you." "Me?" I tried to sound surprised. "You were the last person seen with Tommy. You found Maria's body. You were first to the engine room when Raphael died." He counted off on his fingers. "And you've been acting strangely since before any of this started." "We're all under stress," I began, but he cut me off. "What's under the blanket, Abbas?" My mouth went dry. "Just some personal items." "Show me." For a moment I considered refusing, even fighting. But what would that accomplish? The captain was right to suspect me. I was responsible for everything that had happened. With a shaking hand, I pulled the blanket away, revealing the box. The captain's face drained of color. "Is that what I think it is? The crate we found on deck?" "Yes," I admitted, the word barely audible. "You told me you threw it overboard." His voice rose in anger, then dropped to a horrified whisper as understanding dawned. "This thing, it's connected to the deaths, isn't it?" I nodded miserably. "It feeds on fear. It finds what terrifies you most and makes it real. And you kept it after I ordered it destroyed?" The betrayal in his voice cut deeper than any blade could have. "How many more will die because of your disobedience?" "I didn't know," I pleaded. "I didn't understand what it was until it was too late." The captain shook his head, disgust evident in every line of his face. "We'll deal with your punishment later. Right now we're getting rid of this thing." He reached for the box, and terror seized me. "Don't touch it." Too late. His fingers brushed the wooden surface. The effect was immediate. The captain went rigid, his eyes widening as he stared at something none of the rest of us could see. A tremor ran through his body. "No," he whispered. "No. It's not possible. They wouldn't. Not after all I've done for them." "Captain?" Vikram stepped forward, concerned. The captain turned, but his eyes looked through us rather than at us. "They're coming," he said, his voice unnaturally calm. "All of you. You've been planning this all along, haven't you? The mutiny." "What mutiny?" Nasir asked, confused. "Don't lie to me," the captain roared suddenly. "I can see it in your faces. You're going to overthrow me, throw me to the sharks." I realized with horror what was happening. The box had found the captain's fear, losing control of his ship, of being betrayed by his own crew. "Captain, it's not real," I said desperately. "It's the box, it's showing you your fears." But he wasn't listening anymore. With surprising speed for a man his age, he lunged at Nasir, hands going for the younger man's throat. "Traitor, mutineer!" Vikram tried to pull him off, but the captain fought with unnatural strength, driven by the terror the box had planted in his mind. It took both men to subdue him, and even then he continued to thrash and scream accusations. "Lock him in his cabin," I ordered, taking charge in the midst of chaos. "And tell no one what happened here, not yet." After they had dragged the struggling captain away, I turned back to the box. It seemed to pulse with satisfaction, the carved faces leering at me in the dim light. It had to end. I had to destroy it before anyone else fell victim to its power. But how? Throwing it overboard clearly wouldn't be enough. It had found its way onto our ship from somewhere else in the vast ocean. Burning? Breaking it apart? I wasn't sure anything would work, and attempting to destroy it might only make it angry. Needed to understand what it was first, and there might be a way to find out. The captain's quarters were larger than any other cabin on the ship, befitting his status. With him now restrained in the medical bay, sedated after his apparent psychotic break, I had the opportunity to search without interruption. What I was looking for, I wasn't entirely sure. Some clue, some piece of information that might help me understand the box and how to destroy it. The captain was the most experienced sailor among us. If anyone had encountered something like this before, or heard stories that might be useful, it would be him. His cabin was meticulously organized as I'd expected. Logbooks arranged by year, navigation equipment carefully stored, personal items minimal and functional. It took hours of searching before I found anything promising. A locked drawer in his desk that wouldn't yield to my security master key. Whatever was inside, he had wanted it especially secure. I ended up breaking the lock with a letter opener, feeling a pang of guilt at the violation that was quickly forgotten when I saw what lay within. A leather-bound journal, far older than any of the ship's logbooks. The cover was weathered and cracked, the pages yellowed with age. It wasn't the captain's. The handwriting inside was different, the language archaic. The dates at the top of the pages went back nearly 300 years. As I turned the brittle pages, a chill ran down my spine. Sketches filled the margins, sketches of a box identical to the one in my cabin. The same carved faces, the same pattern of whorls and symbols. The journal was written in an old dialect, making it difficult to decipher completely, but certain passages jumped out with terrible clarity. May 17th, 1723. We have been becalmed for 23 days. The men grow restless. Yesterday, Wilson found a strange container floating alongside the ship, carved with faces most disturbing to look upon. The captain ordered it brought aboard, thinking it might contain valuables or a message. Would that he had left it to the deep. May 18th, 1723. Jacobs opened the box tonight in the crew quarters. Found it empty, he said, but afterward fell into a state of terrible agitation. Claimed to see his brother dead these past 5 years. None else could see this apparition. By morning, Jacobs was dead, his body contorted as if by unseen hands. The faces on the box seem altered somehow, more numerous. May 25th, 1723. 3 more dead. Each seeing their greatest terrors made flesh before succumbing. The captain tried to throw the accursed thing overboard, but it reappeared in the hold the following morning. It hungers, I believe, feeds upon our fears and grows stronger with each soul it claims. God have mercy on us all. The entries continued, documenting the deaths of an entire crew over the span of weeks, each more horrific than the last. Only the journal's author survived to record the final entry. June 12th, 1723. I alone remain. The ship is a tomb floating upon endless waters. I have learned the truth of the box from papers found in the captain's quarters. It was created in ancient times as a prison for something best left unnamed, a being of pure terror that feeds upon fear itself. The box was crafted by 7 mystics who sacrificed their own fears to bind it, their faces becoming the first carved upon its surface. But the bindings weaken with time. It requires periodic renewal, a sacrifice of 7 souls, each confronting their greatest fear. Without this sacrifice freely given, it will eventually break free entirely. Heaven help any world into which it is born fully. I have not the courage to make this sacrifice myself. Instead, I seal this account in hopes that whoever next encounters the box might succeed where we have failed. The ritual is described in the enclosed pages. May you find more courage than I. My hands trembled as I turned to the final pages, which contained detailed instructions for a ritual, a way to reseal the box and the entity within. The requirements were horrifying. 7 people who understood the nature of the box and still chose to confront their greatest fears while touching it. A willing sacrifice, not the unwitting victims the box had claimed so far. How had the captain come to possess this journal? Had he encountered the box before? I had no answers, but I finally understood what we were dealing with. Not just an evil object, but a prison for something far worse. Something that was growing stronger with each death, closer to escaping entirely. I had to stop it. 7 of us would need to make the sacrifice, but first I had to convince the others of what we were facing. A nearly impossible task on a ship already rife with suspicion and fear. As I left the captain's cabin, journal in hand, I felt a presence behind me. Turning, I saw Vikram standing in the shadowy corridor, watching me with unreadable eyes. "What did you find?" he asked quietly. I hesitated, then made a decision. The truth. About the box. About everything. I held up the journal. And maybe a way to end this. I gathered the remaining senior crew members in the mess hall. Vikram, Nasir, Omar the ship's doctor, Fareed the communications officer, and Ji-hun the navigator. 6 of us, including myself. 1 short of the 7 needed for the ritual, but the Yuwa, only ones I trusted enough to approach with the truth. The captain remained sedated in the medical bay. The rest of the crew had been told he was ill, nothing more. We couldn't risk a full-scale panic. I placed the box in the center of the table, everyone flinching away from it, and explained everything. How I had kept it against orders, Tommy's, death, how it had fed on each victim's deepest fears, and finally, what I had learned from the ancient journal. "This is insanity," Omar said when I finished, running a hand through his gray-streaked hair. "Entities that feed on fear? Ancient, binding rituals? We're rational men on a modern vessel." "Then explain what happened to Tommy, to Maria, to Raphael," I challenged. "Explain how the captain, the most stable man among us, suddenly became convinced his crew was plotting against him." No one had answers. "Even if everything you say is true," Ji-hun said quietly, "you're asking us to willingly face our worst fears, fears powerful enough to kill the others. Why would any of us agree to that?" "Because the alternative is worse," I said grimly. "According to the journal, the box is weakening. The entity inside is growing stronger with each death. If it breaks free completely," I let the implication hang in the air. We had all seen what it could do while still partially contained. None of us wanted to imagine what it would be capable of unconstrained. "There's another problem," Fareed pointed out. "The ritual requires 7 participants. There are only 6 of us." "The captain would be the 7th, Vikram suggested. Omar shook his head. "He's in no condition. The sedatives would interfere with the ritual anyway." A heavy silence fell over the group as we contemplated our options. Finally, Nasir spoke up. "I'll do it," he said firmly. "Whatever my worst fear is, it can't be worse than watching more people die." One by one, the others nodded in agreement. Even Omar the skeptic eventually conceded. "I still think this is madness, but I'm out of better ideas." According to the journal, the ritual had to be performed at midnight, when the veil between worlds was thinnest. We agreed to meet in the ship's cargo hold, the largest open space available and far from the rest of the crew's quarters in case something went wrong. As we dispersed to prepare, Vikram pulled me aside. "Are you certain about this?" he asked, his voice low. "What if the ritual fails? What if we're just offering ourselves up to this thing? Then we die," I said simply. "But if we do nothing, we all die anyway. And then it escapes to find another ship, another crew, more victims." He studied my face for a long moment. "You've changed, Abbas. A week ago you were hiding this thing, lying to save yourself. Now you're ready to sacrifice everything." I had no answer for him. Perhaps guilt had transformed me, or perhaps I had simply reached the limit of what horrors I could witness without action. Either way, there was no turning back now. The hours, until midnight, stretched endlessly. I spent them reading and rereading the ritual instructions, committing every detail to memory. The others I knew were making their own preparations, writing letters to loved ones they might never see again, settling affairs as best they could. At 11:30, I retrieved the box from my cabin, feeling its power vibrating through my hands. It knew what we were planning. I could sense its rage, its hunger, and beneath it all a trace of fear. The first time I had felt anything like vulnerability from it. The cargo hold was dimly lit when I arrived, the vast space filled with shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. The others were already there, standing in a loose circle around a clear area where we would perform the ritual. Their faces were grim, determined, but I could see the terror they were fighting to control. We all knew that the moment we began, the box would fight back with everything it had, showing us horrors beyond imagination. "Is everyone ready?" I asked, placing the box in the center of our circle. Nods all around, though some more hesitant than others. "Remember," I said, "whatever you see, whatever you experience, it isn't real. It's the entity trying to break you, to feed on your fear. You have to acknowledge the fear but not let it consume you. According to the journal, that's how we bind, and by facing our fears directly while refusing to be destroyed by them." "And if we can't?" Omar asked quietly. I had no comforting answer. "Then we die, and it grows stronger." I opened the ancient journal to the page with the ritual words. The language was archaic, the pronunciation difficult, but I had spent hours practicing. As the ship's bell distantly struck midnight, I began to read aloud, the others joining in where indicated. The effect was immediate. The temperature in the cargo hold plummeted, our breath fogging in the suddenly frigid air. The shadows deepened, congealing into shapes just at the edge of perception. The box began to vibrate, then to shake violently, the carved faces seeming to detach themselves from the wood floating in the air around us. "Now," I shouted. "Touch the box and face your fear." We all reached forward as one, placing our hands on the vibrating wood. The world dissolved around me. I was alone. Utterly, completely alone in an infinite darkness. No ship, no companions, no sound but my own breathing, no sensation but the racing of my heart. This was my deepest fear: isolation, abandonment, being forgotten by the world. In the distance, a pinprick of light appeared. As it grew closer, I realized it was the box, floating in the void. From within it came voices, the voices of my crewmates calling for help, screaming in agony. "They're dying," a voice whispered from the darkness. "They're dying, and you're alone again. Always alone. No one remembers you, no one mourns you, no one knows you exist." I felt myself beginning to break, the fear overwhelming my resolve. Then, I remembered the ritual words, "Acknowledge the fear, but do not let it consume you." "Yes," I said into the void. "I'm afraid of being alone, of being forgotten. It's why I cling to this ship, to these people. But I accept this fear. It's part of me, but it doesn't control me." The darkness seemed to recoil slightly. "You're lying," it hissed. "You're terrified. I can taste it." "I am terrified," I agreed. "But I'm still here. I'm still fighting. And I'm not alone." I reached, out in the darkness, not with my physical hand, but with my mind, my will, seeking the others who I knew must be facing their own nightmares. One by one, I felt them. Vikram battling visions of drowning, Nasir confronting the mutilated ghosts of family members he had left behind, Omar facing his fear of helplessness as patients died under his care, Fareed surrounded by hostile voices, speaking languages he couldn't understand, Jihun lost in an endless maze with no path home, and beyond them, a seventh presence I hadn't expected, the captain, somehow conscious despite the sedatives, facing his fear of betrayal and loss of control. 7 of us, as the ritual required. 7 fears acknowledged, but not surrendered to. The entity raged against our defiance, throwing ever more horrific visions at each of us. I saw my own body decaying in an unmarked grave, saw future generations living with no knowledge I had ever existed. I saw the ship continue without me, my small cabin reassigned, my possessions discarded, my name forgotten within weeks. "This is what awaits you," the darkness promised. "This is your truth." Perhaps, I acknowledged, but it's not my present. Right now I exist, I matter, and I choose to face my fear. Something shifted in the void. The box, still floating before me, began to pulse with a different energy, no longer threatening but containing. The carved faces that had been suspended in the darkness were pulled back toward it, one by one, like moths drawn to flame. "No," the entity's voice thundered. "You cannot bind me again. I will show you true horror. I will—" Its threats cut off abruptly as the final face reattached to the box. A blinding light erupted from within it, so intense I had to shield my eyes, even in this non-physical realm. When the light faded, I found myself back in the cargo hold, still touching the box alongside the others. But the box had changed. The carved faces were different now, no longer anonymous visages of agony, but our faces. My face, and those of my 6 companions, our expressions not of torment but of grim determination. We had become the new binding, our confronted fears, the new seal. Omar was the first to pull his hand away, staggering backward. Did it work? Before anyone could answer, a violent tremor ran through the ship, nearly knocking us off our feet. The overhead lights flickered, then went out completely, plunging us into darkness until the emergency systems activated, bathing everything in a dim red glow. "What's happening?" Fareed shouted over the sudden blaring of alarms. The entity, I realized with growing horror. It's making one final attempt to break free. Another tremor, stronger than the first. The sound of metal tearing echoed through the hold, followed by the rushing of water. "We're taking on water!" Ji-hun shouted. "We need to get to the lifeboats!" The box sat innocuously on the floor where we had left it, looking like nothing more than an antique curiosity. But I knew better. The binding was incomplete. The ritual had weakened the entity, had begun the process of resealing it. But our fears hadn't been strong enough to finish the job. It was using its remaining strength to sink the ship, to kill us all in one final act of vengeance. "Go," I ordered the others. "Get to the lifeboats, evacuate the crew." "What about you?" Vikram demanded. I picked up the box. "The ritual isn't complete, it needs one more thing. A guardian willing to watch over it, to ensure it's never opened again." "No." Nasir shook his head. "That's not in the journal. You're making that up." "I'm improvising," I admitted. "But I'm right. I can feel it. The entity is weakened but not fully bound. Someone needs to finish this." Another violent shake threw us against the walls. The sound of rushing water grew louder. "There's no time to argue," I said. "Go. Save yourselves and the others." One by one, reluctantly they left, heading for the upper decks to organize the evacuation. Only the captain remained, having appeared in the cargo hold during the ritual despite his sedation. "You knew this would happen," I accused him. "You've seen this box before?" He nodded wearily. "Once, many years ago on my first ship. We threw it overboard then. I never imagined it would find me again." "You should have destroyed it." "I didn't know how," he said simply. "And now you'll die trying." "Maybe," I acknowledged. "But better one death than many more. Go, help evacuate the crew." He hesitated, then clasped my shoulder once before heading for the exit. "Good luck, Abbas. You were always the best of us, even when you didn't believe it yourself." Then I was alone with the box. Water was beginning to pool around my feet, icy cold from the depths. The ship groaned and creaked, dying around me. I didn't have much time. I knelt on the flooding floor, placed my hands on the box, and closed my eyes. I didn't know any rituals or magic words that could complete the binding. I only had my will, my acceptance, and my sacrifice to offer. "I know what you are," I said to the entity within. "I've seen what you can do, and I'm still not afraid of you anymore." The box grew hot beneath my hands, burning my skin, but I held on. "You feed on fear, but fear is just one part of human experience. There's also courage, sacrifice, love." The burning increased, the pain almost unbearable now. The water had risen to my waist, its cold a sharp contrast to the box's heat. I accept. My fear of being alone, of being forgotten. I embrace it as part of myself. And I choose willingly to be your guardian, to take you somewhere you can never harm anyone again. Something changed. The burning sensation transformed into a different kind of heat. Not painful, but powerful, flowing up my arms and into my chest. I could feel the entity raging, struggling, but also weakening as the binding took hold. The carved face that bore my likeness on the box began to glow. I understood then what was happening. My willing sacrifice, my acceptance of both my fear and my fate, was completing the ritual in a way our earlier attempt had not. Water reached my chest now, the ship tilting dangerously. I had minutes at most before it sank completely. But I wasn't afraid anymore. The entity made one last desperate attempt to break free. Visions flashed before my eyes. Not just my own fears now, but every horror it had inflicted throughout its existence. Centuries of terror, of feeding, of breaking minds and bodies. It showed me what it had done, what it could still do if I released it. I held firm. "I see you," I told it. "I see what you are. And still, I choose to be your prison." The glow from the box intensified, becoming a pillar of light that surrounded me. The carved faces, my face and those of my companions, seemed to smile now rather than grimace. The binding was complete. As water closed over my head, I clutched the box to my chest. I had failed to throw it overboard when the captain first ordered me to. Now I would take it to the depths myself, becoming its tomb, its guardian for as long as necessary. My lungs burned, demanding air that wasn't there. Darkness crept in at the edges of my vision, but there was a strange peace in it too. Acceptance of my fate, knowledge that my sacrifice meant something. In my final moments of consciousness, as the ship sank deeper into the abyss, I thought I heard voices, not the malevolent whispers of the entity, but the voices of those who had died before me, Tommy, Maria, Raphael. They seemed to welcome me, to thank me. Perhaps I wasn't so alone after all. Epilogue. The fishing vessel found them drifting in 2 lifeboats 3 days later, 23 survivors from the cargo ship Eternity, which had sunk in calm seas with no distress call and no explained cause. An investigation would later rule it a catastrophic hull failure, though engineers would be puzzled by the pattern of damage, which suggested the ship had been torn apart from the inside. The survivors told conflicting stories. Most spoke of a rushed evacuation in the middle of the night, of unexplained tremors and flooding. But 6 of them, the captain, the ship's doctor, the navigator, the communications officer, and 2 deckhands, told a different story in their private journals. And nightmares. A story of an ancient box carved with faces, of an entity that fed on fear, and of the security officer who had sacrificed himself to bind it. None of them ever went to sea again. Years later, a deep-sea exploration vehicle, mapping the ocean floor, thousands of meters below the surface, captured unusual images near the wreck of the Eternity. Amid the scattered remnants of the ship sat a perfectly preserved wooden box, seemingly untouched by the pressure or the passage of time, and beside it, impossibly, the figure of a man, not a corpse decomposed by years underwater, but a form that appeared to be made of the same wood as the box, his face a perfect match for one of the carvings on its surface. The exploration team reported equipment malfunctions shortly afterward. The images were dismissed as artifacts of those malfunctions, the reports filed away and forgotten. The coordinates of the anomaly were mysteriously deleted from all records. And in the cold, crushing darkness of the deep, Abbas continues his endless vigil, the last guardian of the box, alone but not forgotten, at least not by the entity he keeps imprisoned or by those few who survive to tell his story. His fear realized yet transcended, his sacrifice eternal. The box remains closed. For now. The sea was calm that morning as I made my way down the rusted ladder into the lowest hold of the deep harbor. My boots clanged against each metal rung, the sound echoing in the cavernous space below. The stale air grew thicker as I descended, carrying the unmistakable scent of salt water mixed with diesel and the faintest hint of rot. A normal smell for an aging cargo vessel, I'd always thought, though something about it seemed more pronounced that day. As loading master on the deep harbor, I'd spent 5 years ensuring every container, every pallet, and every loose cargo item was properly secured and balanced. The vessel was a mid-sized freighter built in the late 1990s with 7 cargo holds spread across its 180-meter length. Not the largest ship I'd worked on, not the newest either, but she'd been reliable. Until now. "Morgan, you down there yet?" Chief Officer Pavel Volkov's voice bounced down the shaft, impatient as always. "Just reached the bottom," I called back, switching on my flashlight to supplement the dim emergency lighting. "Starting the inspection now. Make it quick. We're behind schedule already, and the captain wants the loading to start by 0900. I didn't bother responding. Pavel and I had developed a professional understanding over the past 3 years. He pushed for speed, I insisted on thoroughness, and we met somewhere in the middle. A necessary tension that generally produced good results. The lowest hold. 7 was the smallest, tucked away in the aft section below the waterline. We typically used it for high-density cargo that needed to be kept low for stability reasons. Today it sat empty, awaiting a shipment of machinery parts bound for Singapore. My inspection routine was methodical. Check the bilge wells for water accumulation, inspect the tank top for any cracks or deformation, examine the cell guides and lashing points for damage, and test the fire suppression systems. Standard procedure, performed countless times. I moved systematically through the space, sweeping my flashlight across the metal floor and up the bulkheads. Everything looked normal until I reached the aft port quarter, where a section roughly 3 meters square caught my attention. There was nothing visibly wrong with it, the same gray-painted steel as the rest of the hold, but something made me pause. Perhaps it was the way the light seemed to fall differently on that particular patch, or how the ambient sounds of the ship changed slightly when I stepped onto it. A subtle wrongness that triggered the instinct that develops after years at sea. Following protocol, I removed the laser measuring device from my belt to check the hold's depth against the ship's specifications. The device was simple. Point, click, read the digital display. The hold depth should be uniformly 12.2 meters, 40 feet in old maritime terms, from tank top to hatch combing. I pointed the device at the deck by my feet, then at various points around the hold. Consistent readings everywhere, 12.2 meters, give or take a centimeter. Then I directed the beam at the anomalous section. The device beeped, and the display read 74.3 meters. That couldn't be right. I reset the device and tried again. 25.8 meters. Frowned, tapping the device against my palm before making a third attempt. This time the screen flashed, "Error, no return signal." "What the hell?" I muttered, moving to stand directly on the unusual section. The steel felt solid beneath my boots, no different from the rest of the hold. I stomped once, twice. The dull thud sounded normal, though perhaps with a slightly hollow quality that might have been my imagination. I knelt and ran my hand across the surface. It was cold, colder than the surrounding deck despite being part of the same continuous structure. There were no visible seams or welds to indicate a repair or modification. According to the ship's plans, this was original plating from when the vessel was constructed in Gdansk, Poland. My radio crackled. "Morgan, what's the holdup?" Pavel again, his accent thickening with annoyance. "I found something unusual in the aft port section," I replied. "My measuring equipment is giving inconsistent depth readings." "Inconsistent how?" "It's showing depths of 70 to over 100 meters in a section that should be 12 meters and sometimes no reading at all." A pause, then, "Your equipment is malfunctioning. Do a visual inspection and move on." I already did. "The area looks normal, but then there's no problem," he cut in. "We need that hold certified for loading by 0830. I clicked off the radio with more force than necessary, shoving it back into my pocket. This was typical Pavel, dismissive of anything that might delay his schedule, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was genuinely wrong. I made a quick note in my inspection log about the anomalous readings, adding that a follow-up with more accurate equipment was recommended. Then I completed the rest of my checks and climbed back up to report that the hold was structurally sound and ready for cargo operations. Pavel barely glanced at my report before signing off on it. "See? Nothing to worry about," he said, already turning to address the waiting stevedore foreman. I should have pushed harder, should have insisted on a more thorough investigation. But in the hierarchy of a merchant vessel, The chief officer outranked the loading master, and I had other holds to inspect before loading began, so I moved on, unaware that I had just encountered the edge of something impossible, something that would eventually consume the deep harbor, and many of those who sailed on her. That night, in the officers' mess, I sat with Elias Chen, the second engineer, picking at a plate of overcooked pasta, while the ship gently rolled with the harbor swells. "You look troubled, James," Elias said, using my first name as he always did off-duty. At 58, he was the oldest crew member and had been at sea longer than some of the cadets had been alive. His face was a map of wrinkles, deeply etched, around eyes that missed nothing. I twirled pasta around my fork, watching it unravel before I could get it to my mouth. "Found something strange in hold 7 today." "Strange how?" He leaned forward, lowering his voice, though we were alone in the mess. I explained the anomalous readings, the cold spot, the subtle wrongness that had triggered my concern. Elias listened without interrupting, nodding occasionally, his expression growing more serious. "And Pavel dismissed it?" "Of course he did. You know how he gets when we're behind schedule," Elias grunted, setting down his fork. "I don't like it. That hold has always been different." "Different? How?" He shrugged, suddenly evasive. "Just maintenance issues. Bilge pumps fail more often there than elsewhere. Electrical problems. Could be coincidence." Something in his tone suggested it wasn't. "Is there something you're not telling me, Elias?" The old engineer glanced toward the door, then back at me. "There are stories about this ship, James. Crew talk." "What kind of stories?" "The kind old sailors tell. Bad luck, strange occurrences, nothing concrete. But..." He hesitated. "But what?" The deep harbor wasn't always called that. She was renamed after an incident during her first year in service. Originally, she was the Gdansk Spirit. I frowned. "What incident?" "A fire in the engine room killed 3 crew members. Very unusual circumstances. The company changed her name afterward. Bad luck to keep sailing under the same name after deaths at sea." "I didn't know that," I admitted. "It wasn't uncommon for ships to be renamed over their operational lives, but the circumstances Elias described were disturbing." "There's more," he continued, voice dropping even lower. "The shipyard where she was built, the one in Gdansk, was constructed on reclaimed land. During excavation, they uncovered a mass grave. Hundreds, maybe thousands of bodies. A chill ran through me despite the mess room's stuffy warmth." "What kind of mass grave?" "Plague victims, according to the story, dating back to the medieval period. The shipyard developers kept it quiet, had the remains relocated with minimal publicity, and continued construction." "And you think this has something to do with what I found today?" Elias shrugged again, but his eyes were serious. "I'm just telling you what I heard. Make of it what you will. But if I were you, I'd keep a close eye on that hold." The conversation shifted to other topics after that, but Elias's words stayed with me. Later, lying in my bunk as the ship creaked around me, I found myself wondering about the history beneath the deep harbor, what might have seeped into her steel during construction, what might still be connected to her across time, and the barrier between worlds. Sleep came slowly that night, and when it did, I dreamed of falling through solid metal into an abyss that had no end, where countless hands reached up from the darkness below. The next morning dawned gray and drizzling, the harbor shrouded in a mist that blurred the boundaries between sea and sky. I woke feeling unrested, the dream still clinging to the edges of my consciousness. Loading operations had already begun by the time I completed my morning rounds. Hold 7 was scheduled to be loaded last, giving me an opportunity to conduct another inspection before cargo went in. This time I came prepared. Along with my standard equipment, I brought a weighted line, an old-fashioned method for measuring depth, but one that couldn't malfunction like the laser device. The line was marked at 1-meter intervals with a lead weight attached to the end. Simple, reliable technology that sailors had used for centuries. Hold 7 was as I'd left it the day before, dimly lit, cavernous, empty. I made my way to the anomalous section, noting that it seemed larger somehow, the affected area now closer to 4 meters square rather than 3. I stood at what I judged to be the center of the anomaly and dropped the weighted line. It hit the deck with a solid thunk, confirming what my eyes told me. The floor was there, solid and undeniable, but something still felt wrong. The air in this section of the hold seemed thicker, harder to breathe. The ambient sounds of the ship, the distant hum of machinery, the creaking of metal under stress, the occasional shout from the deck above, all seemed muffled, as if coming through water. I knelt to retrieve my line and noticed something I'd missed yesterday, a barely perceptible depression in the tank top, as if the steel had sagged slightly. It wasn't more than a centimeter or two, nothing that would normally cause concern in a ship of this age, but combined with the other anomalies, it raised my hackles. Acting on instinct, I took a coin from my pocket and placed it at the center of the depression. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the coin began to slide toward the middle, as if drawn by a gentle magnetic pull. When it reached the center, it stopped. Then, impossibly, it began to sink into the solid steel deck. I stared, disbelieving, as the coin seemed to pass through the metal as if it were quicksand, disappearing from view within seconds. The surface showed no rupture, no hole, just solid steel that had somehow allowed the coin to pass through. My heart pounding, I grabbed the weighted line again and dropped it at the exact spot where the coin had vanished. This time, instead of hitting with a thunk, the weight continued downward, the line spooling out between my fingers at an alarming rate. I let it run for nearly 30 seconds before clamping down to stop it. By my estimate, over 60 meters of line had passed through what appeared to be a solid steel deck. The line continued to pull downward, as if the weight was still falling or being drawn deeper by some force. After a moment's hesitation, I began to reel the line back in. It came reluctantly, requiring more effort than should have been necessary for the weight it carried. As the end of the line finally emerged from the apparently solid deck, I gasped. The lead weight was gone, seemingly torn off. The end of the rope was frayed and singed as if it had been exposed to intense heat. Covering the last meter of line was a black, tar-like substance that clung in thick goblets. The smell hit me, immediately, a revolting mixture of decay, sulfur, and something metallic, like old blood. But what froze me in place was what I saw embedded in the viscous material, what looked unmistakably like human teeth, small and yellowed, along with fragments of bone, and what might have been hair. I dropped the line with a yelp, stumbling backward, my boot slipping on the deck. For a sickening moment, I thought I would fall onto the anomalous section, but I caught myself against a stanchion. The black substance on the rope had begun to smoke slightly where it lay on the deck, leaving scorch marks on the steel. As I watched, it seemed to dissolve, sinking into the solid metal like the coin had, until only the rope remained, now clean but still frayed and burned at the end. My hands shaking, I pulled out my radio to call Pavel. This was far beyond equipment, malfunction, or structural issues. But before I could key the transmitter, I heard something that stopped me cold. A sound coming from the anomalous section of deck, faint at first, then growing clearer. A whispering voice, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. Then another voice joined it, and another, until there was a chorus of barely audible whispers emanating from the solid steel. I strained to understand what they were saying, taking an involuntary step closer. One voice rose above the others momentarily, a child's voice speaking what sounded like Polish or another Slavic language. Though I couldn't understand the words, the tone was unmistakable, pleading, desperate. Then, as suddenly as they had started, the voices ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant humming that seemed to vibrate through the entire hold. The depression in the deck began to pulse slightly, the metal flexing in a way that should have been impossible. That was enough. I turned and ran for the ladder, taking the rungs 2 at a time in my haste to escape the hold. I didn't stop until I reached the main deck, bursting into the gray daylight, gasping for fresh air that didn't smell of decay and sulfur. "Morgan, what the hell?" Pavel stood by the hatch, combing, clipboard in hand, staring at me as if I'd lost my mind. Perhaps I had. How else to explain what I'd just witnessed? Hold 7, I managed between breaths. There's something wrong down there. Pavel's expression shifted from surprise to irritation. Not this again. I told you. No, you don't understand. I cut him off, something I rarely did. It's not the equipment, I saw it with my own eyes. The deck, it's not solid, things pass through it. And there are voices. Voices, Pavel repeated flatly, in the steel. Put that way, it sounded insane. I could see it in his eyes, the calculation, the conclusion that stress had gotten to me, or perhaps I'd been drinking on duty. Listen to me, I said, lowering my voice and forcing myself to speak calmly. Something is very wrong in that hold. We need to inform the captain and delay loading until we can conduct a proper investigation. Pavel studied me for a long moment, his weathered face unreadable. Finally, he sighed. Morgan, we're already behind schedule. The captain won't delay loading based on whatever this is. He gestured vaguely at me. But I'll go down and take a look myself. If there's a structural issue, I'll see it. It was the best I could hope for. Fine. But be careful. The affected area is in the aft port quarter, approximately 4 meters square. He nodded, handing his clipboard to a nearby deck cadet. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't say anything to the stevedores about this. Last thing we need is rumors. I watched as Pavel descended into the hold, fighting the urge to follow him, to warn him again about what I'd experienced. Instead, I paced the deck, ignoring the curious glances from the crew and stevedores working nearby. 8 minutes later, Pavel emerged, looking annoyed but unperturbed. There's nothing down there, Morgan, he said, brushing dust from his coveralls. The deck is solid, no depressions, no voices. I checked the area you specified thoroughly. But that's impossible, I protested. I don't know what you saw, he interrupted, but I'm telling you that hold is normal. Perhaps you should take the rest of the day off. You look like you could use some sleep. The implication was clear. He thought I was hallucinating from fatigue or worse, and maybe he was right. Maybe the stress of back-to-back voyages had finally gotten to me, causing me to imagine impossible phenomena. But I couldn't shake the memory of the black substance, the teeth embedded in it, the voices rising from solid steel. I'm fine, I said stiffly. I'll supervise the loading as planned. Pavel studied me a moment longer, then nodded. Good. We start loading hold 7 in 20 minutes. I expect you to be there. As he walked away, I realized I was facing a choice: continue to press an issue that no one else could verify, potentially risking my professional reputation and position on the ship, or keep my concerns to myself and proceed as if nothing had happened. In that moment, standing on the rain-slicked deck with the harbor fog closing in around the deep harbor, I made the decision that would haunt me for years to come. Loading hold 7 proceeded without incident that afternoon. I supervised the operation with heightened vigilance, watching for any sign of the anomaly manifesting. But the deck remained solid beneath the heavy machinery parts being lowered into position. The stevedores noticed nothing unusual, and as the hold filled with cargo, my earlier experience began to seem increasingly dreamlike. Had I truly seen what I thought I had, or had it been some momentary hallucination brought on by the poor air quality in the empty hold? By evening, loading was complete, the cargo secured, and the deep harbor was preparing to depart with the morning tide. I completed my final rounds in a state of uneasy relief, telling myself that whatever had happened, real or imagined, was now safely buried beneath tons of cargo. That night, I joined several officers in the ship's small recreation room. The satellite TV was showing an old action movie that no one was really watching, the sound barely audible over the card game taking place at the central table. I sat apart, nursing a cup of coffee, still mulling over the events in hold 7. Elias entered, nodding to me before getting himself a cup from the percolator. You look troubled again, he said, taking the seat beside me. Still thinking about what we discussed last night? I saw something today, I admitted quietly, ensuring none of the others could hear. In hold 7, Elias's expression grew serious. What did you see? I told him everything. The depression in the deck, the coin and weighted line passing through solid steel, the black substance, the teeth, the voices. As I spoke, Elias's face paled, the wrinkles around his eyes deepening with concern. You told Pavel? He asked when I finished. Yes. He checked the hold himself and saw nothing unusual. He thinks I'm hallucinating from fatigue. Elias was silent, for a long moment, staring into his coffee cup as if it held answers. Maybe you were, he finally said, but his tone suggested he didn't believe it. You know something more, I pressed. What aren't you telling me? He sighed heavily. Just old stories, James. Nothing concrete. Tell me anyway. He glanced around the room, ensuring no one was paying attention to our conversation. They never found all the bodies, he said softly. What bodies? The plague victims, from the mass grave under the shipyard. According to the story, when they were relocating the remains for proper burial, they discovered that the grave was larger than initially estimated, much larger. But there was pressure to keep to the construction schedule, so they only excavated what they had to and built over the rest. A chill ran through me. And the deep harbor was built directly over... I chose to wait and watch. Over the deepest part of the grave, yes, at least that's what the story says. Elias took a sip of his coffee. There's more. The original fire that killed the 3 crew members, it started in the bilge, below hold 7. The investigation never determined the cause. Why wasn't any of this in the ship's records, I asked. Some of it might be buried in old incident reports. Companies don't like to advertise their ship's troubled histories. Bad for business. And the stuff about the shipyard and the mass grave, that would just be local knowledge in Gdansk, not something that would make it into official documentation. Ran a hand through my hair, trying to process what Elias was telling me. So you believe me? About what I saw today? He looked at me directly, his eyes grave. I believe you experienced something. Whether it was exactly what you think you saw, I can't say. The mind can play tricks, especially in confined spaces with poor air quality. It was a diplomatic answer, neither fully accepting nor dismissing my account. But I could tell from his expression that he was troubled by it. What should I do? I asked. Keep your eyes open. Document anything unusual. Times, dates, specific details. And be careful, James. Very careful. With that cryptic advice, he rose and rejoined the others at the card table, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the growing certainty that something malevolent had awakened in the depths of the deep harbor. We sailed at dawn, the ship moving ponderously out of the harbor into the open sea. The weather had cleared overnight, and the morning sun sparkled on the waves, belying the unease that had settled in my gut. The first 2 days at sea passed uneventfully. The deep harbor made steady progress toward Singapore, cutting through moderate seas with the reliable rhythm that had always brought me comfort on previous voyages. No further incidents occurred, and I began to wonder if what I'd experienced in Hold 7 had indeed been some strange but isolated event, perhaps now contained by the cargo we'd loaded. On the 3rd night, that illusion was shattered. I was awakened just after midnight by a call from the bridge. The 3rd officer, a young Filipino named Miguel Reyes, sounded shaken. Mr. Morgan, you're needed in Hold 7. There's been an incident. I was fully alert instantly. What kind of incident? One of the engineers reported unusual noises during a routine check, and now we can't reach him. The captain has ordered an investigation team and he wants you there. I'm on my way, I said, already pulling on my coveralls. 5 minutes later, I joined Captain Hassan Abbasi and Chief Engineer William Murray outside the entrance to Hold 7. The captain was a tall Kenyan with 20 years of command experience, his face set in grim lines that deepened when he saw me. Morgan, he acknowledged with a nod. Chief Engineer Murray reports that Junior Engineer Novak entered this hold 45 minutes ago to investigate a reported noise and has not responded to calls since. We're going in to find him. Murray, a burly Scotsman with a perpetual scowl, added, "The boy's not answering his radio. Could have fallen or been injured by shifting cargo." What kind of noise was reported? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Captain Abbasi's expression darkened further. According to the duty officer, several crew members reported hearing sounds, like crying or wailing coming from this hold. Normally, I would attribute such reports to the wind or the normal sounds of a ship at sea, but multiple independent reports suggest otherwise. A knot formed in my stomach. Sir, I should mention that I observed some unusual phenomena in this hold before we sailed. Chief Officer Volkov is aware of my report. The captain studied me intently. What kind of phenomena? I hesitated, aware of how my account would sound. Inconsistent depth readings in the aft port section, sir, and what appeared to be an anomalous area where solid steel seemed to behave unusually. Murray snorted. Unusually? What's that supposed to mean? Before I could elaborate, Captain Abbasi raised a hand for silence. We can discuss this after we find Novak. Let's move. He led the way into the hold, flashlight cutting through the darkness. I followed with Murray behind me, my heart pounding with apprehension. Hold 7 was dimly lit by emergency lighting, the cargo casting long shadows across the deck. The machinery parts we'd loaded in Rotterdam sat securely lashed, appearing undisturbed. The hold smelled as it always did, of metal, oil, and the sea. But as we moved deeper in, I detected that faint undertone of decay I'd noticed before. Novak, Murray called, his voice echoing off the bulkheads. Pyotr Novak, report. Silence answered him, broken only by the distant rumble of the ship's engines and the creaking of metal under stress. We continued forward, moving carefully between the secured cargo toward the aft section where the anomaly had manifested. The air grew noticeably colder as we approached, our breath beginning to fog in front of our faces. Temperature drop, Murray muttered. Could be a breach in the hull, seawater coming in. But there was no sign of water, no sound of it either, just that unnatural cold, growing more intense with each step. Then we heard it, a faint whimpering sound coming from somewhere ahead. It might have been Novak, injured or trapped, but something about the quality of the sound raised the hairs on the back of my neck. This way, Captain Abbasi said, moving toward the source of the noise. We rounded a large crate to find a sight that stopped us in our tracks. Junior engineer Novak sat huddled against the bulkhead, knees drawn up to his chest, rocking slightly. His flashlight lay beside him, still on, casting bizarre shadows across his face. Novak, Murray said, relief evident in his voice as he moved forward. What the devil are you doing, boy? Why didn't you answer your radio? Novak didn't respond, didn't even seem to register our presence. He continued rocking, lips moving in what appeared to be silent prayer or recitation. Captain Abbasi knelt beside him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Engineer Novak, report, are you injured? At the contact, Novak's head snapped up, his eyes wide with terror. They're down there, he whispered, voice cracking. So many of them. They want out. Who's down where, lad? Murray asked, confusion mixing with concern. Novak's gaze darted between us, then fixed on a point on the deck about 2 meters away, directly in the area where I'd observed the anomaly days earlier. There, he said, pointing with a trembling finger. The floor opened up. I saw... His voice trailed off, replaced by that same whimpering sound we'd heard earlier. Captain Abbasi straightened, his expression grave. He's in shock. We need to get him to the medical bay immediately. Murray and I helped Novak to his feet. He came willingly but seemed barely aware of his surroundings, his eyes constantly returning to that spot on the deck. As we turned to leave, a low rumble emanated from the direction Novak had been pointing. The deck beneath our feet vibrated slightly and the secured cargo creaked in its lashings. Hull stress, Murray suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. Then we all heard it. Voices, multiple voices, rising from the deck itself. Whispering, sobbing, occasionally crying out in what sounded like pain or despair. The sounds were clearer than what I'd heard before, distinct enough that we all froze in place, listening. What in God's name? Murray breathed. Novak began to struggle in our grasp, trying to pull away. They're coming through, he cried. Don't let them take me back down there. Steady, lad, Murray said, tightening his grip on the young engineer. Captain Abbasi moved toward the source of the sounds, his flashlight trained on the deck. I wanted to call him back, to warn him, but found myself paralyzed with a mixture of fear and morbid fascination. As the beam of light passed over the area, I saw it, the depression in the deck that I'd observed before now much more pronounced. The steel seemed to ripple slightly like the surface of water disturbed by a gentle breeze. And below, visible through what should have been solid metal, movement. Shadowy forms shifting in depths that couldn't possibly exist within the physical structure of the ship. "Captain," I finally managed, my voice hoarse. "We should leave. Now." He looked back at me, his face a mask of disbelief and growing comprehension. For a moment I thought he would argue, insist on investigating further, but another cry from Novak seemed to break the spell. "Yes," he said, moving swiftly back to us. "Let's get Novak to medical, then we'll decide how to proceed." We left the hold quickly, practically carrying the increasingly agitated junior engineer between us. As the hatch clanged shut behind us, I could still hear those voices, now rising in volume as if angered by our departure. In the medical bay, the ship's medic, Dr. Ling, administered a mild sedative to Novak, who gradually became calmer but no more coherent. His ramblings continued, fragments about falling, about hands reaching up from below, about faces pressing against some kind of barrier, trying to get through. After ensuring Novak was stable, Captain Abbasi called Pavel, Murray, Dr. Ling, and me to the ship's conference room for an emergency meeting. "I want explanations," he said once we were all seated. "Starting with you, Morgan. You mentioned observing phenomena in Hold 7 before we sailed. I need details." I recounted everything I'd experienced and seen, not holding back any details this time regardless of how impossible they seemed. Pavel's expression grew increasingly skeptical, but he didn't interrupt. When I finished, Captain Abbasi turned to Pavel. "Chief Officer Volkov, you were aware of these concerns?" Pavel shifted uncomfortably. "Mr. Morgan reported unusual depth readings in the hold. I inspected personally and found nothing abnormal. I attributed his concerns to equipment malfunction or possibly fatigue." "And now?" the captain pressed. "After what we just witnessed?" Pavel hesitated. "I cannot explain what we saw and heard, but there must be a rational explanation." "Such as?" Murray challenged. "I've been at sea 30 years, and I've never seen steel behave like that, nor heard voices coming from a solid deck." "Mass hallucination, perhaps," Dr. Ling suggested, "triggered by poor air quality or toxic emissions from the cargo." "We all experienced the same thing independently," I pointed out. "And what about Novak? He went down alone and came back traumatized." Dr. Ling frowned. "His symptoms are consistent with severe psychological shock, but whether that was caused by an actual experience or a hallucination, I cannot say without further evaluation." Captain Abbasi rubbed his temples, visibly processing the situation. "Whatever the cause, we have a potentially dangerous situation. Chief Officer Volkov, I want Hold 7 sealed immediately. No one enters without my explicit authorization." "What about the cargo?" Pavel asked. "It remains secure for now," the captain replied. "We'll monitor the situation and reassess if conditions change." "Chief Engineer Murray, I want you to check if there are any structural issues that could explain what we observed. Hull stress, metal fatigue, anything." Murray nodded grimly. "Aye, Captain, though I doubt conventional engineering will explain what we saw down there." Dr. Ling, continue monitoring Novak and report any change in his condition or any additional information he provides about what he experienced." "Yes, Captain," the doctor acknowledged. "And Morgan," Captain Abbasi turned to me last, "I want you to document everything you've observed so far. Dates, times, specific details. Also, check if there have been any similar reports from other vessels or any historical incidents involving this ship that might shed light on what we're experiencing." "I'll do that, sir," I said, meeting his gaze. "But may I ask what you think is happening?" Captain Abbasi was silent for a moment, weighing his words carefully. "In 20 years at sea, I've learned that the maritime world has peculiarities that defy conventional explanation. I've heard stories from reliable officers about phenomena that would be dismissed as superstition ashore, whether what we're Experiencing is a natural phenomenon we don't yet understand or something. Else I intend to approach it methodically and with an open mind. It was a diplomatic response that neither committed to a supernatural explanation nor dismissed the possibility outright. I found it reassuring that he was taking the situation seriously, regardless of its cause. That will be all for now, the captain concluded. We continue normal operations with the exception of Hold 7, which remains sealed until further notice. Dismissed. As we filed out of the conference room, Pavel caught up with me in the corridor. Morgan, he said quietly, I owe you an apology. I should have taken your concerns more seriously. The admission surprised me. You couldn't have known, I offered, finding it difficult to hold on to my earlier resentment in the face of what we'd all just experienced. He nodded, then asked, What do you think is happening, really? I considered my answer carefully. I think whatever is down there isn't part of our world. Not entirely. I think we've found a place where something broke through. Pavel paled slightly. A place where what broke through? I don't know, I admitted. But I intend to find out. The next day, the atmosphere aboard the Deep Harbor had changed. Word of the incident in Hold 7 had spread, as secrets inevitably do on a ship where 40 people live in close quarters. The crew moved about their duties with heightened vigilance, conversations hushed, glances darting nervously toward the sealed hold whenever they passed near it. I spent the morning in the ship's small library, which doubled as a records room. Captain Abbasi had granted me access to the vessel's historical documentation, maintenance logs, incident reports, crew manifests dating back to when the ship first entered service as the Gansk Spirit. Most of it was mundane, routine inspections, minor repairs, crew changes. But as I dug deeper into the older records, patterns began to emerge. Hold 7 had experienced a disproportionate number of equipment failures and unexplained incidents over the years. Electrical systems malfunctioned more frequently there than elsewhere on the ship. 3 crew members had reported falls in that hold that they couldn't explain, describing it as the floor giving way, or suddenly feeling like there was nothing beneath my feet. And then there was the fire that had led to the ship's renaming. The official report was vague on details, attributing the blaze to undetermined causes, possibly electrical in nature. But an attached memo from the investigating officer noted, with concern that witnesses reported the fire had burned with unusual characteristics, giving off little smoke but intense heat, and appearing to burn downward into the bilge rather than spreading upward as fires typically do. Perhaps most significantly, one of the victims had been found not with burns, but with what the report described as crush injuries consistent with a fall from significant height, despite having been recovered from a section of the ship where such a fall should have been impossible. I was so absorbed in these findings that I didn't notice Elias enter until he spoke. Finding anything useful? I looked up, blinking away the strain of hours reading old documents. Maybe. There's a history of unusual incidents in Hold 7 going back to when the ship was first commissioned. Elias nodded, pulling up a chair. I thought there might be. Ships have memories, James. They carry their histories with them. This is more than memory, I said, pushing across a particularly disturbing incident report. 3 years ago, a stevedore disappeared during loading operations in Rotterdam. He was last seen entering Hold 7 to adjust some lashing equipment. Search teams found no trace of him until they checked the bilge wells. Elias scanned the report, his expression grave. They found only his shoes and radio, both partially dissolved in what was described as an unidentified corrosive substance, which was never explained, I added. The investigation concluded he must have fallen overboard, though no one saw it happen, and his personal effects somehow ended up in the bilge through means unknown. And now we have Novak, Elias said quietly. How is he? Not good. Dr. Ling has him sedated, but when he's conscious, he's either completely unresponsive or rambling about what he saw. It doesn't make much sense. Fragments about falling forever, about hands reaching up, about thousands of faces pressed against glass. He shook his head. The poor kid is terrified. I hesitated, then decided to share what else I'd found. Elias, I think you were right about the shipyard in Gdansk. I found a reference in the ship's original commissioning documents, a note that construction was delayed due to archaeological discoveries requiring additional procedural compliance. Bureaucratic way of saying they found a mass grave, Elias muttered. Yes, but there's more. The note mentions that sections of the ship's keel were laid directly over areas where excavation was deemed impractical due to depth and scope of historical remains. They built right over part of the grave. Elias considered this, the lines in his weathered face deepening. That fits with what I heard, but it still doesn't explain what's happening now after all these years. What changed? What woke it up? It was a question I'd been pondering myself. Maybe nothing woke up. Maybe it's always been active, just getting stronger over time, more able to affect our world. Perhaps, Elias agreed. Or maybe it's the location. We're currently passing through the South China Sea, not far from the Manila Trench, one of the deepest parts of the ocean. If there's a thinness between worlds, it might be more pronounced over deep water. The idea sent a chill through me, not least because it made a certain intuitive sense. Depths calling to depths, abysses resonating with one another. Our conversation was interrupted by the ship's intercom. Attention all hands. This is the captain speaking. We are experiencing unusual weather conditions. Secure all loose equipment and prepare for heavy seas. Elias and I exchanged glances. Through the library's small porthole, I could see that the sky had darkened considerably in the last hour, clouds gathering with unnatural speed. We'd better get to our stations, Elias said, rising. I nodded, gathering the most relevant documents, to continue reviewing later. As we headed for the door, a sudden violent shudder ran through the ship, strong enough to throw us against the bulkhead. That wasn't a wave, Elias said, steadying himself. Before I could respond, the intercom crackled again. Engine room personnel report to stations immediately. All other crew maintain position and stand by for further instructions. Elias's expression hardened. I need to get down there. Whatever's happening, they'll need all hands. I should check the cargo, I said. If we're experiencing heavy motion, there could be shifting. We parted ways, Elias heading aft toward the engine room while I made my way to the bridge to report to Captain Abbasi before inspecting the cargo holds. The corridors seemed darker than usual, the overhead lights flickering intermittently. Another shudder ran through the ship, accompanied by a deep groaning sound that I felt more than heard, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the very structure of the vessel. When I reached the bridge, I found it in controlled chaos. Captain Abbasi stood by the helm, his calm voice issuing orders that belied the tension evident in his posture. Pavel was at the navigation console, his face illuminated by the blue glow of the radar screen. The helmsman gripped the wheel with white-knuckled intensity, fighting to maintain course against what appeared to be powerful and erratic currents. Through the bridge windows, I saw what had been described as unusual weather conditions, a sight that defied easy explanation. The sea around us churned violently, but in a localized pattern, as if the deep harbor sat at the center of a slowly forming whirlpool. The sky above had darkened to an unnatural purple-black, despite it being only mid-afternoon. No rain fell, but the air itself seemed to ripple, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. Morgan, Captain Abbasi acknowledged my presence without turning. Status report on the cargo holds. I was just about to inspect them, sir. Permission to check hold 7 as well? Now he did turn, his expression grave. Denied. Hold 7 remains sealed. Focus on the other holds and ensure the cargo is secure. Captain, Pavel called from the radar station. Water depth is fluctuating. The sounder is showing readings between 200 meters and... this can't be right. 5,000 meters. The charts indicate this area should be approximately 1,800 meters deep, the navigation officer added, confusion evident in his voice. Captain Abbasi frowned. Check the equipment. Could be malfunctioning due to the conditions. All diagnostics show the system is functioning normally, sir, Pavel replied. But these readings are impossible. Another violent shudder ran through the ship, stronger than the previous ones. The lights flickered, then failed completely, plunging the bridge into momentary darkness before the emergency systems kicked in, bathing everything in an eerie red glow. The radio crackled to life. "Bridge, this is engineering. We've lost main power. Switching to auxiliary generators now, but we're experiencing abnormal readings throughout the system. It's as if something is drawing power from us." "Understood, engineering," Captain Abbasi responded. "Maintain auxiliary power and stand by. For further instructions," he turned to me. "Morgan, proceed with your inspection of holds 1 through 6. Report any anomalies immediately." "Yes, sir," I acknowledged, turning to leave. As I reached the bridge door, a deafening metallic groan echoed through the ship, followed by a series of sharp reports like gunfire, the sound of overstressed metal giving way. "Damage report," Captain Abbasi called. Before anyone could respond, the ship's intercom burst to life with a panicked voice. "Bridge, this is Deck Cadet Williams on the aft deck. Something's happening to the ship. The metal is... It's moving, sir, bulging outward, like something's pushing from inside. And there are noises, voices coming through the steel." Captain Abbasi grabbed the intercom. "Williams, maintain position but keep a safe distance from any structural anomalies. I'm sending the chief officer to your location." Pavel was already moving, pausing only to grab a handheld radio before rushing from the bridge. The captain turned to me. "Morgan, change of plans. I need you to get to hold 7. Take a radio and report what you find, but do not, I repeat, do not enter without direct authorization." "Understood, sir," I said, accepting a radio from the communications officer. "And Morgan," he added more quietly, "be careful. Whatever's happening, I believe it's centered on that hold." I nodded grimly and departed, making my way through corridors now lit only by emergency lighting, the red glow giving everything a hellish aspect. The ship continued to shudder periodically, the deck seeming to flex beneath my feet in a way that defied the structural properties of steel. The route to hold 7 took me past the mess hall, where several off-duty crew members had gathered, their faces pale in the red light. They fell silent as I passed, eyes following me with a mixture of fear and desperate hope that someone knew what was happening, that someone was fixing it. I didn't stop to offer reassurances I couldn't honestly give. When I reached the sealed entrance to hold 7, I found 2 deckhands already there, both looking terrified. One, a young Ukrainian named Petrov, clutched a metal pipe as if it offered some protection against the incomprehensible. "Mr. Morgan," he acknowledged with visible relief. "We were stationed here by Chief Officer Volkov to make sure no one enters." "Good," I said, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. "Has anything unusual happened here?" The 2 exchanged glances. "The noises, sir," the other deckhand, Tanaka, said quietly. "They started about 20 minutes ago, getting louder." I listened, and sure enough, even through the sealed hatch I could hear it. A chorus of whispered voices, rising and falling like waves, occasionally punctuated by a distinct cry or sob. The sound was deeply unsettling, carrying an emotional weight that made my chest tighten with inexplicable grief. "And the hatch, sir," Petrov added, pointing. "It's changing." I looked more closely at the metal hatch that sealed off hold 7. What I saw sent a chill down my spine. The steel surface, once flat and uniform, now showed distinct patterns, raised lines forming what looked like faces, hands, entire bodies pressing outward as if the metal had become a membrane stretched over countless forms trying to push through. As I watched, the patterns shifted, the faces changing expression from pleading to rage, the hands seeming to claw at the barrier keeping them contained. I keyed the radio. "Captain, this is Morgan at hold 7. The hatch appears to be compromised. The metal is deforming into patterns that resemble human forms, and the voices are clearly audible even from outside." A pause then. "Can you determine if the integrity of the seal is maintained? Is there any risk of breach?" I studied the hatch again. Despite the disturbing deformations, the seal around the edges still appeared intact. The seal is holding for now, but I can't say how long that will remain the case. The metal is behaving in ways that should be physically impossible. Stand by, the captain replied. While waiting for further instructions, I noticed something wet seeping from beneath the hatch, a thin trickle of dark liquid that puddled on the deck. I approached cautiously, keenly aware of what I'd experienced before with the substance on my weighted line. Sir, I wouldn't, Petrov warned, but I needed to know what we were dealing with. The liquid was black and viscous, with an iridescent, sheen-like oil, but it moved with purpose rather than following the slight tilt of the deck. As I watched, it seemed to pulse slightly, expanding and contracting like something breathing. I knelt for a closer look, careful not to touch it. The smell hit me immediately. That same revolting mixture of decay, sulfur, and old blood that I'd encountered before. But now there was something else beneath those odors, something almost sweet, like rotting fruit or fermented honey, sickeningly attractive. The radio crackled again. Morgan, this is the captain. We're getting reports of similar phenomena in other areas of the ship. Metal deforming, voices heard through solid steel, unknown substances appearing. Chief Officer Volkov reports that the aft deck is showing significant structural anomalies. I'm ordering a full evacuation of the lower decks. Get those men out of there and report to the main deck. Copy that, I responded, then turned to the deckhands. You heard the captain. Move out. Tanaka nodded and immediately turned to go, but Petrov hesitated, his gaze fixed on the pooling black liquid. It's moving, he said, voice barely audible. Himo was right. The substance was no longer a formless puddle, but had begun to take shape, extending tendrils across the deck like probing fingers. As we watched, one tendril reached the boot of a transfixed Petrov. "Don't let it touch you," I shouted, grabbing his arm to pull him back. Too late. Where the substance made contact with his boot, it seemed to come alive, flowing upward with unnatural speed, enveloping his foot and beginning to climb his leg. Petrov screamed, a sound of pure primal terror, and began to frantically kick, trying to dislodge the clinging material. "Hold still," I commanded, looking around desperately for something to help remove the substance. Finding nothing, I made a split-second decision and used the edge of my keycard, a hard plastic rectangle, to scrape the material away from his leg. To my shock and relief, it worked. The substance seemed to recoil from the plastic, allowing me to scrape most of it off. What remained began to smoke slightly where it contacted his uniform, the fabric dissolving. "Get those clothes off now," I ordered, and Petrov didn't hesitate, stripping off his contaminated uniform trousers down to his underwear. The discarded clothing continued to dissolve, consumed by the black substance, which then began to retract, flowing back toward the hatch, with deliberate movement that suggested intelligence or purpose. "Go!" I urged both men, and this time Petrov needed no convincing. The three of us retreated down the corridor, not stopping until we'd put several watertight doors between us and hold 7. "Are you hurt?" I asked Petrov, who was shaking violently, patches of red, irritated skin visible where the substance had made contact. It was cold, he managed, teeth chattering. So cold it burned, and I felt it trying to pull me down, like it wanted to drag me through the deck. I keyed the radio again. "Captain, one of the deckhands has been injured. Contact with an unknown substance seeping from hold 7. We're en route to the medical bay, then we'll proceed to main deck as ordered." "Understood," came the terse reply. "Medical bay has been evacuated. Bring him directly to main deck where Dr. Ling has established a treatment area." We made it to the main deck to find a scene of controlled chaos. Most of the crew had gathered there, following emergency protocols, while officers attempted to maintain order and account for all personnel. The sky above had darkened further, now an inky black despite it being mid-afternoon, with strange auroral lights pulsing on the horizon. The sea continued to churn in that unnatural circular pattern, the ship now noticeably tilting as it was drawn into the slowly forming vortex. Dr. Ling immediately took charge of Petrov, leading him to a makeshift treatment area where several other crew members were already receiving attention for various injuries. I sought out Captain Abbasi, finding him in conversation with Pavel and Murray near the bridge entrance. All three looked grave, the weight of command and crisis evident in their postures. "Morgan," the captain acknowledged me. "Report." I described what we'd observed at Hold 7, the deforming metal, the voices, the black substance, and its effect on Petrov. "Similar phenomena are occurring throughout the lower decks," Pavel said when I'd finished. "The metal is becoming malleable, especially in and around Hold 7. Voices have been reported in multiple locations, and the power drains continue. We're on our last auxiliary generator." "What about structural integrity?" I asked. Murray shook his head grimly. "Compromised and deteriorating. Internal sensors show the hull is deforming in ways that should tear it apart, yet somehow it's maintaining basic integrity. It's as if the metal has changed its fundamental properties." "We need to evacuate the ship," I said, stating what seemed obvious given the circumstances. Captain Abbasi nodded. "I've already sent a distress call, but given our location and the surrounding conditions, I'm not optimistic about rapid assistance. We're preparing the lifeboats, but..." He hesitated. "But what?" I pressed. Pavel answered, his voice low. "2 crew members went to prepare the portside boats. They reported that the davits were functioning normally, but when they tried to board the lifeboat, they found it not empty." A chill ran through me. "Not empty how?" "They reported the boats were filled with what appeared to be human remains in an advanced state of decay, yet still moving, trying to climb out." Pavel's voice remained professional, but I could see the fear in his eyes. "When they attempted to clear the boat, their tools passed through the apparitions as if they weren't physically present, yet the men swear they could feel resistance, could smell the decay." Captain Abbasi took over. "We've verified that the starboard lifeboats are unaffected and are preparing them for launch. But we have another problem. We're still missing 3 crew members." "Who?" I asked, though part of me already knew. 2 stevedores who were working near Hold 3, and junior engineer Novak, who somehow escaped from the medical bay during the confusion. Novak was heading back to Hold 7, Dr. Ling reported, joining our group after stabilizing Petrov. My assistant saw him moving with purpose, as if responding to a call only he could hear. He was repeating the same phrase over and over. "What phrase?" Captain Abbasi asked. "They're waiting for me," Dr. Ling said quietly. "We tried to intercept him, but in the chaos of the evacuation, a sudden violent lurch threw us all off balance as the ship tilted sharply to port, then seemed to right itself with unnatural speed, as if pulled back to an even keel by some external force. We're out of time," Captain Abbasi decided. "Chief, Officer Volkov, begin loading the starboard lifeboats immediately. Women and injured first, then remaining crew. Maintain order and proceed according to evacuation protocols." "What about the missing crew?" I asked. The captain's expression was pained but resolute. "We'll continue searching until the last possible moment. But I will not risk the entire crew for 3 men who may already be beyond our help." It was the correct decision from a command perspective, I knew that. But the thought of abandoning Novak and the others to whatever was happening aboard the deep harbor sat like a stone in my gut. "Sir," I said, "let me do one final sweep of the area around Hold 7. That's where Novak was heading, and it's the likely epicenter of whatever this is. I might find him and the others." Captain Abbasi studied me intently. "That's an unacceptable risk, Morgan. I'm not authorizing anyone to return to the lower decks, least of all to Hold 7. With respect, Captain, I've had more direct experience with the phenomena than anyone else. I might see something others would miss." I hesitated, then added, "And I'm the one who first discovered the anomaly. In some ways, I feel responsible." "This is not a matter of responsibility or guilt, Mr. Morgan," the captain said firmly. "This is about survival and the safety of this crew." Before I could argue further, a new voice joined the conversation. Elias, looking exhausted and streaked with engine oil. "Captain, the primary structural supports in the aft section are failing. At the current rate of deterioration, we have perhaps 30 minutes before catastrophic hull breach." Captain Abbasi absorbed this information with the calm of a veteran commander. Understood. Begin loading the lifeboats immediately. He turned, back to me. Morgan, you will assist with the evacuation. That's an order. I nodded reluctantly. Yes, sir. As the crew began moving toward the starboard lifeboats, another violent tremor shook the ship, stronger than any before. The deck beneath, our feet seemed to become momentarily insubstantial, as if we were standing on a membrane rather than solid steel. Several crew members fell, passing partway through the deck before it solidified again, trapping them. Their screams as they struggled to pull themselves free sent a wave of panic through the assembled crew. Maintain order, Pavel shouted, moving, to help those who were trapped. I joined him, and together we managed to pull 4 crew members free. The 5th, a young Filipino mess attendant named Rivera, was trapped more deeply, his legs fully submerged in what appeared to be solid metal. Help me, he pleaded, eyes wide with terror. I can feel things down there touching me. We tried everything, pulling, prying at the deck with tools, even attempting to cut around his legs with an emergency rescue saw. Nothing worked. The metal had returned to its normal solid state, fusing seamlessly around his lower body. As we worked desperately to free him, Rivera's expression suddenly changed from fear to a vacant, listening look. They're talking to me, he whispered. So many voices, they want to come through. Don't listen, I urged, still trying to find some way to release him. Stay with us, Rivera. Focus on my voice. His eyes met mine, momentarily clear. They say it's too late. The ship is theirs now. They've waited so long. His voice trailed, off, then returned with a different quality, as if someone else was speaking through him. Below us. So many below us. Buried without rights, forgotten, waiting. A sudden cracking sound came from where his body entered the deck, and to our horror we saw the metal beginning to ripple outward from him in concentric circles, like the surface of a pond disturbed by a stone. Everyone back, Pavel ordered, pulling me away from Rivera. The ripples spread rapidly, the solid deck becoming fluid-like in expanding rings. Rivera didn't scream again. He simply stared upward, his expression now eerily peaceful, as he began to sink slowly into the metal, which flowed around him like quicksand. We have to help him, someone shouted. It's too late, Pavel said grimly, continuing to move the crew back from the spreading anomaly. Get to the lifeboats now, that's an order. As the crew retreated following Pavel's direction, I remained fixed in place, watching in horror as Rivera disappeared completely into what had been solid deck, the metal closing over him with barely a ripple to mark his passing. Where he had vanished, the deck continued to change, the gray steel darkening to an oily black that began to bubble and churn like a tar pit coming to a boil. From this roiling surface, shapes began to emerge. Hands, arms, faces pressing upward as if trying to break through a membrane. And all around us, the ship's very structure was changing. Bulkheads warped and flowed like melting wax. The deck undulated beneath our feet. Equipment and fixtures distorted, stretching and twisting into impossible shapes that hurt the eye to look upon. Through it all came the voices, no longer muffled or distant, but clear and all around us. A cacophony of pleading, threatening, weeping sounds in multiple languages. Some seemed to be speaking in Polish, others in what might have been medieval German or Latin, and still others in languages I couldn't identify. The content varied, but the desperate quality was universal. Souls trapped in some terrible limbo, seeking release, seeking vessels, seeking revenge. To the lifeboats, Captain Abbasi commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. Abandon ship immediately. The crew needed no further urging. They rushed toward the starboard side, where 3 lifeboats waited, still blessedly normal amid the nightmare the deep harbor had become. I moved to follow, then hesitated, looking back toward the superstructure. Somewhere in there, Novak and the 2 missing stevedores might still be alive, might still be reachable. Captain Abbasi seemed to read my thoughts. There's nothing you can do for them, Morgan, he said, gripping my shoulder. Save yourself. Bear. witness to what happened here. That's how you can help them now." He was right, I knew he was right, and yet a new sound rose above the cacophony of voices, a deep, resonant groaning that seemed to come from the very heart of the ship. The deck shuddered violently, and a massive crack appeared, running the length of the main deck and widening rapidly. "Go!" Captain Abbasi pushed me toward the nearest lifeboat where Pavel was helping the last of the crew aboard. I went, fighting the irrational impulse to turn back, to search for those we were leaving behind. As I climbed into the crowded lifeboat, I saw Elias already there, helping Dr. Ling secure an injured crew member. "Everyone accounted for?" Pavel asked, making a final head count. "All present except the 3 missing and Rivera," someone reported. Pavel nodded grimly. "Lower away," he ordered. As the davits began to lower our lifeboat toward the churning sea, I looked back at the deep harbor one last time. What I saw will haunt me until my dying day. The ship was changing, transforming into something that no longer belonged to the world of physics and steel and rational explanation. Its hull bulged and distorted, the metal flowing like liquid in some places while stretching like elastic in others. The superstructure had partially collapsed, not breaking apart but melting, merging with the deck below in a way that defied structural logic. And throughout this metamorphosis, human forms could be seen, not the crew, who were all accounted for in the lifeboats or among the missing, but other figures, hundreds of them emerging from the metal itself. Emaciated bodies, dressed in the tattered remains of clothing from another age, moving with jerky, unnatural motions as they pulled themselves from the ship's transmuting structure. The sky above the vessel had transformed as well. The unnatural darkness now shot through with writhing tendrils of sickly green light that reached downward like searching fingers. The sea around the ship no longer merely churned but boiled, the water turning black where it touched the hull, spreading outward in a widening circle of corruption. "My God," someone whispered as our lifeboat hit the water with a splash that seemed too mundane for the apocalyptic scene before us. The coxswain started the motor immediately, and we began to pull away from the dying ship, joining the other 2 lifeboats that had already put some distance between themselves and the deep horror. As we retreated, I saw a figure appear at the rail of the main deck, a lone human form amid the chaos of transformation. Even at a distance, I recognized Novak, his white uniform standing out against the darkening mass of the ship. He wasn't trying to escape, wasn't calling for help. He simply stood at the rail, watching our departure with an unreadable expression. Then, with deliberate calm, he turned and walked back toward the superstructure, disappearing into the writhing mass of metal and emerging entities. "He chose to stay," Elias said quietly beside me, following my gaze. Or perhaps chose is the wrong word. Before I could respond, a blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the ship, followed by a concussive wave that rocked our small craft. When my vision cleared, I saw that the transformation had accelerated dramatically. The deep harbor no longer resembled a ship at all, but rather a twisted spire of blackened metal rising from the sea, its surface crawling with countless human forms. This grotesque tower began to sink, not breaking apart but descending intact into the depths, as if being drawn down by some immense force. As it submerged, the unnatural darkness that had gathered overhead began to dissipate, the sickly green tendrils retracting like the limbs of some vast entity withdrawing from our world. Within minutes, the sea where the deep harbor had been showed no trace of the vessel's passing. No debris, no oil slick, nothing to indicate that a ship had just vanished with 3 souls still aboard. Our 3 lifeboats drifted together, the stunned survivors looking to Captain Abbasi for direction. With admirable composure, he took charge, organizing our meager supplies and establishing a watch rotation. The emergency beacon had been activated, and all we could do now was wait for rescue and try to process what we had witnessed. That night, as we drifted under stars that seemed impossibly normal after what we had experienced, Elias and I sat together at the bow of our lifeboat, speaking in low tones while most of the others tried to sleep. "The mass grave in Gdansk," I said. "It wasn't just plague victims, was it?" Elias shook his head slowly. "I've been thinking about that. The historical period, the location. I believe it may have been victims of the Northern Crusades. Pagan. Prussians and Slavs killed by Christian knights in the 13th century. Many were buried in mass graves without proper rites, according to their beliefs, condemning them to a kind of limbo. And somehow the construction of the shipyard and the deep harbor created a connection to that limbo? The concept seemed absurd, yet after what we'd witnessed, no explanation seemed too outlandish. Deep harbor had been incorporated. Perhaps, Elias mused. Or perhaps it was always there, a thin place between worlds that the grave and later the ship simply happened to occupy. The dead found a vessel in the deep harbor, a way to reach through to our world. We fell silent, contemplating the implications. Finally, I voiced the question that had been troubling me since our escape. What will happen to Novak and the others? Elias had no answer, and in truth, I didn't expect one. Some questions have no satisfying resolution, especially those that touch on the boundary between life and death, between our world and whatever lies beyond or beneath it. Part 3. The Aftermath. We were rescued the following day by a Philippine Coast Guard vessel that had received our distress signal. The official explanation for the loss of the deep harbor, as recorded in maritime logs, was catastrophic structural failure due to extreme weather conditions, a fiction that none of us challenged publicly. Who would believe the truth? The shipping company, eager to avoid scandal and liability, provided substantial settlements to all survivors in exchange for signed non-disclosure agreements. Only Captain Abbasi refused to sign, insisting on telling the truth in his official report, though it cost him his command and very nearly his maritime license. He now teaches at a naval academy in Mombasa, where his lectures occasionally touch on unexplained maritime phenomena, carefully worded discussions that never explicitly mention the deep harbor. As for the rest of the crew, we scattered to the winds, most seeking berths on other vessels, trying to outrun memories that could never be truly escaped. Some left the sea altogether, finding the familiar creak and sway of a ship's hull too reminiscent of what we had experienced. A few sought solace in religion, others in alcohol or drugs. 3 former crew members have since taken their own lives, leaving notes that spoke of nightmares, of voices calling to them across the barrier between worlds. I remained at sea, driven by a compulsion I couldn't fully articulate, a need to understand what had happened, to find some pattern or explanation that might make sense of the inexplicable. I began researching other incidents, other vessels that had experienced phenomena similar to what we had witnessed aboard the deep harbor. There were more than I expected. Most were dismissed as sailors' superstition or explained away as natural, phenomena misinterpreted by stressed or isolated crews. But some had elements that resonated with our experience. Steel behaving in ways that defied its physical properties, unexplained voices, crew members vanishing in impossible circumstances. 3 years after the loss of the deep harbor, I encountered Pavel again in a shipping office in Singapore. He had aged dramatically, his once dark hair now almost completely gray, deep lines etched around eyes that had seen too much. "Morgan," he greeted me with a wan smile. "Still chasing ghosts? Still looking for answers," I corrected, though in truth he wasn't far off. We found a quiet corner in a nearby cafe, where Pavel revealed that he had been conducting his own investigation, focusing on the salvage operations that had followed the official writing off of the deep harbor. "They broke up the hull for scrap," he said, his voice low despite the cafe's ambient noise providing cover for our conversation. "Standard procedure, but not all of it was melted down." "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling a familiar chill at his words. Pavel leaned forward. "Certain sections were deemed still serviceable. Parts of the superstructure, some deck plating, and structural components that appeared undamaged. Those parts were sold to shipyards in China, Vietnam, and Indonesia for incorporation into new vessels. The implications hit me immediately. If those sections were compromised, if whatever affected the deep harbor somehow infected the metal itself." "Exactly," Pavel nodded grimly. "I've tracked 3 vessels that I believe contain significant components from the deep harbor. All three have reported unexplained incidents within the past year. The reports documented phenomena disturbingly similar to what we had experienced. He slid a folder across the table. Inside were printouts of incident reports, maintenance logs, and crew statements from the three ships: the Pacific Venture, a container ship operating routes between China and the west coast of North America; the Saigon Star, a bulk carrier moving ores and grain throughout Southeast Asia; and the Surabaya Express, a mixed cargo vessel serving the Indonesian archipelago. Unexplained voices heard through solid steel, crew members reporting sensations of falling through solid decks, bizarre equipment malfunctions, and most alarmingly, the disappearance of 17 crew members across the three vessels, all occurring in the lowest holds where, according to Pavel's research, material from the pattern is identical. Pavel said, watching my face as I scanned the documents. It starts small: voice, anomalous readings, cold spots, then escalates to physical manifestations, crew members experiencing temporal and spatial distortions, and finally, disappearances. Have any of the ships experienced a full manifestation like we did? The transformation of the vessel? Pavel shook his head. Not yet. But the incidents are increasing in frequency and intensity. It's only a matter of time. We need to warn them, I said, already thinking of how to contact the companies operating these vessels. With what evidence? Pavel countered. Our testimony? The official record states the Deep Harbor was lost to structural failure during a storm. The company has buried all contradicting accounts under non-disclosure agreements. We'll be dismissed as mentally unstable or attention seekers. He was right. I knew he was right. Yet the thought of more crews experiencing what we had, of more lives being lost to whatever entity or force had taken the Deep Harbor, was unbearable. There must be something we can do, I insisted. Pavel was silent for a moment, considering. There is one possibility, he finally said. Not a solution, but perhaps a way to buy time, to slow the progression of the phenomena. What? When we were trapped on the Deep Harbor. In those final hours, the captain attempted something, a ritual based on maritime superstitions, the offering of livestock to the sea. After that, the manifestations stabilized briefly. I remembered it vividly. Captain Abbasi, desperate and out of conventional options, ordering the sacrifice of a shipment of live chickens we'd been carrying. The birds had been cast into the anomalous sections of the deck where they had vanished, without trace. Shortly afterward, the rate of the ship's transformation had indeed slowed, giving us time to prepare the lifeboats and evacuate. You think it actually worked? I asked, skeptical despite everything I'd witnessed. I think it appeased whatever was coming through, at least temporarily, Pavel replied. The records from Gdansk that I've been able to access suggest that the mass grave contained victims of religious persecution, pagans who practiced sacrificial rites to appease their own gods. Perhaps in death they still respond to similar offerings. It was a tenuous theory, based more on folklore than fact, yet no more implausible than anything else we had experienced. So you're suggesting we somehow get aboard these three vessels and perform sacrificial rituals in their holds? I couldn't keep the incredulity from my voice, though in truth, I was already considering how it might be accomplished. Pavel shook his head. Not we. I've already tried with the Pacific Venture, signed on as a replacement engineer for a single voyage, found the affected area in the lowest hold, and performed the ritual as best I could remember. And? It had an effect. The anomalous readings decreased, the voices stopped. For a while. But it's starting again. The ritual buys time, but it's not a permanent solution. And I can't get aboard all three vessels. They're watching for me now. I understood his implication. But they're not watching for me. You're still active in the maritime industry with a clean record. You could find berths on these vessels one by one. Perform the rituals. Buy us time to find a more permanent solution. What kind of permanent solution could there possibly be? I asked. Pavel's expression darkened. I don't know yet, but I'm going to Gdansk next month. The shipyard is being redeveloped for luxury apartments. The excavation might reveal more about what we're dealing with, about the original grave and its occupants. Maybe there's something in their beliefs, their burial practices that could provide an answer. I took the folder, my decision already made, though I hadn't consciously acknowledged it yet. Send me the details for the Saigon Star and the Surabaya Express. Their routes, schedules, how to apply for a berth. Pavel nodded, relief evident in his tired eyes. I will. And Morgan, be careful. Whatever entity or force we encountered, it remembers. The Pacific Ventures logs mention crew members reporting dreams of a man in white, Novak, walking the lowest hold, whispering to the steel. The image sent a shiver down my spine. Novak, forever trapped in that liminal space between worlds, now a herald or servant of whatever had claimed the deep harbor. We parted ways after finalizing our plans, Pavel heading to Europe to continue his research while I prepared to join the crew of the Saigon Star. As we shook hands outside the cafe, Pavel held my gaze with unexpected intensity. "There's one more thing you should know," he said. In the dreams, the crew reported Novak wasn't alone. Sometimes there was another figure with him, a loading master, they said, still carrying his inspection clipboard, checking the holds as if everything were normal except for his eyes. His eyes were just empty sockets filled with that black substance. He didn't have to elaborate. We both knew he was describing me, or rather, what I might have become had I followed my instinct to search for Novak that final day aboard the deep harbor. "That's not my fate," I said with more confidence than I felt. Pavel's smile was sad. "Let's hope not, for both our sakes." In the years since that meeting, I have served aboard both the Saigon Star and the Surabaya Express, performing the ritual Pavel described in their lowest holds. Each time, the manifestations temporarily subsided, the voices stilled, the anomalous readings returned to normal, but each time the effect lasted for shorter periods, the entity or force learning, adapting, growing stronger. Pavel never returned from Gdansk. His last message to me spoke of a breakthrough, of ancient texts discovered during the excavation that might hold the key to permanently sealing whatever doorway had been opened. Then silence. Inquiries through maritime channels revealed he had been found in an abandoned section of the old shipyard, his body exhibiting signs of extreme physical trauma inconsistent with any known accident or attack. I've continued our work alone, tracking the 3 vessels, monitoring reports of unexplained incidents and performing the ritual when possible. It buys time, nothing more, and each intervention comes at a cost. Nightmares of falling endlessly into blackness, of hands reaching up from below, of Novak walking beside a figure with my face but empty eye sockets weeping black tears. And now, I've learned that parts of all 3 vessels have been salvaged yet again, incorporated into newer ships that ply different routes, spreading the corruption like a slow-motion contagion throughout the world's shipping fleet. How many ships now carry a piece of the deep harbor within them? How many crews unknowingly sail above an abyss that shouldn't exist, separated from it by an increasingly thin barrier of compromised steel? I've deposited this account with 3 different maritime archives to be sealed until my death. Perhaps then someone will connect the disappearances, the inexplicable phenomena reported across dozens of vessels, and recognize the pattern before it's too late. Perhaps they'll find a way to end what we could only temporarily contain. Until then, I continue to sail, to watch, to perform the ritual when I can, and I avoid the lowest holds of any ship I serve on. For I know what waits below. A mass grave of forgotten souls reaching up through time and space, seeking vessels, seeking release, seeking revenge. And sometimes, in the quietest hours of the night watch, when the ship creaks around me and the sea stretches endless in all directions, I swear I can hear Novak's voice whispering through the steel, calling my name, telling me they're waiting for me below, that they've saved a place for me among them. One day I fear I might answer that call, but not today. Today I bear witness. Today I remember the deep harbor and all those it claimed. Today I warn those who will listen about what lurks beneath the solid decks of ships that carry within them fragments of a vessel that brushed against something ancient and hungry, something that waits still in the depths below the depths, in the darkness beneath the darkness, patient and eternal and ever reaching upward toward the light. The ocean swallowed the sun like it did every evening, but tonight the darkness felt different. I stood at the railing of the dream horizon, watching the last crimson sliver vanish beneath the waves, leaving behind a void that seemed to reach into my soul. 2 weeks into our Pacific crossing, and the vastness of the water had begun to feel less like freedom and more like isolation. Beautiful sunset, wasn't it, Dr. Mercer? I turned to find Chief Engineer Vance leaning against the railing beside me, his weathered face illuminated by the deck lights that had automatically flickered on. He offered me a cigarette, which I declined with a small shake of my head. Beautiful and lonely, I replied. 2,000 miles from the nearest landmass has a way of putting things in perspective. Vance lit his cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating the deep lines around his eyes. At 57, he was the oldest crew member aboard and had seen more of the world's oceans than anyone else on the dream horizon. You get used to it, he said, exhaling a plume of smoke that quickly dispersed in the evening breeze. Though I admit I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Strange dreams. I studied him more carefully, noting the dark circles under his eyes. What kind of dreams? He shrugged, seeming almost embarrassed. Nothing worth bothering the ship's medical officer about. Just old man's nonsense. As the ship's medical officer, I'd learned to pay attention to the small things, the hesitations, the avoidances, the subtle shifts in behavior that often preceded larger problems. But I didn't press him. Out here, everyone was entitled to their private demons. Well, my door's always open, I offered instead, professionally or otherwise. Vance nodded and took another drag of his cigarette. Appreciated, Doc. Might take you up on that if these dreams keep getting worse. He flicked the half-smoked cigarette overboard where it briefly hissed against the dark water. Getting cold out here. I'm heading in. I watched him go, a solitary figure moving across the deck toward the interior of the ship. There was something in his gait, a slight hesitation, a tension in his shoulders that nagged at me, but I dismissed it as my own overactive imagination. 2 weeks at sea had made me hypersensitive to the moods and movements of the 58 other souls aboard the Dream Horizon. Little did I know that Vance's troubled sleep was just the beginning. The medical bay was located midship on sea deck, a sterile environment of white walls and stainless steel that contrasted sharply with the industrial aesthetic of the rest of the vessel. I'd claimed one corner as my office, personalizing the space with a few photographs. My sister and her kids in Seattle, my old medical school friends, a sunset over Puget Sound, small anchors to the world beyond the endless blue. I was reviewing inventory records when a soft knock interrupted my concentration. Lydia Chen, one of our marine biologists, stood in the doorway. Like Vance, she bore the unmistakable signs of sleep deprivation: bloodshot eyes, pallid complexion, a certain fragility in her movements. "Have a minute, Dr. Mercer?" she asked. Of course. I gestured to the chair across from my desk. "And it's just Nathan, remember? Doctor makes me feel like I should be wearing a lab coat and peering over reading glasses." She attempted a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. As she sat, I noticed her hands trembling slightly. "What can I help you with, Lydia?" She hesitated, eyes darting to the various certificates on the wall behind me as if questioning my qualifications for whatever she was about to share. "I've been having these dreams," she finally said, voice barely above a whisper. "They started 3 nights ago. Always the same. I'm lost in the ship's corridors, but they're wrong somehow. Longer, darker." Her fingers twisted together in her lap. "And something's hunting me." I leaned forward, interest piqued. "Hunting you?" She nodded, a shudder passing through her slender frame. "It calls my name, uses my mother's voice, my father's, sometimes my little brother's. But when I turned toward the sound..." She trailed off, swallowing hard. "What do you see?" I prompted gently. "Nothing human," she whispered. "Just glimpses, too many limbs, moving in ways that things shouldn't move. And the worst part is, I think it's real. I raised an eyebrow. Real? I keep waking up in different places. Her voice cracked slightly. Last night I woke up in front of the cargo hold door on E-deck. The night before in the galley. I've never sleepwalked in my life, Nathan. I made a note in my tablet. Have you been under unusual stress lately? Problems sleeping before these dreams started? She shook her head. I was sleeping fine until this. Any change in medication? Alcohol consumption? Recreational substances? Standard questions, though. I knew Lydia wasn't the type. Nothing, she confirmed. I've been taking the same antihistamine for years, 1 glass of wine with dinner, maybe. That's it. I nodded, making another note. And have you discussed these dreams with anyone else on board? Just Vance, she admitted. He mentioned having trouble sleeping, so I asked if he was having nightmares too. Something cold settled in my stomach. And was he? Her eyes met mine, wide and frightened. The same ones, exactly the same, exactly. By the end of the week, 7 crew members had approached me with virtually identical accounts. Nightmares of being pursued through impossible versions of the ship's corridors by something that called to them with familiar voices. All 7 were experiencing sleepwalking, and all 7 had either spoken directly with someone already affected or had spent significant time in their company. In my 15 years of medical practice, I'd never encountered anything like it. The shared details were too specific to be coincidence or suggestion. Something was happening aboard the Dream Horizon, something outside the scope of conventional medicine. I brought my concerns to Captain Rivera during our weekly briefing. A 20-year veteran of commercial shipping, Rivera had the calm, measured demeanor of someone who had weathered literal and figurative storms with equal composure. But even his impassivity faltered as I outlined the pattern emerging among the crew. 7 people with the same nightmare, he said, brow furrowed. That's unusual. More than unusual, I replied. It's unprecedented. And there's more. I hesitated, aware of how my next observation would sound. The dreams seemed to be spreading, like contagion. Rivera's office fell silent except for the ever-present hum of the ship's engines and the soft ping of navigational equipment. Outside his window, the endless Pacific stretched to the horizon, a reminder of our isolation. Contagion, he repeated, testing the word. You're talking about some kind of psychological phenomenon? Maybe. I shifted uncomfortably in my chair. Though I've never heard of shared dreams transmitting from person to person like a virus. Rivera leaned back, fingers steepled before him. What's your professional assessment, Doctor? The question hung between us. My professional assessment should have involved stress, suggestion, environmental factors, rational explanations for irrational experiences, but the pattern was too precise, the spread too methodical. Honestly, I don't know, but I recommend we monitor the affected crew members closely. If this continues to spread, we could be looking at serious sleep deprivation issues that might compromise safety. Agreed, Rivera said, his face grave. Keep me updated daily. And Nathan, he paused, uncharacteristic uncertainty crossing his features. Be careful. Whatever this is, I don't want you compromised as well. As I left his office, I couldn't shake the feeling that it might already be too late for such precautions. That night, I set up a makeshift sleep lab in the medical bay. 3 of the most severely affected crew members, Vance, Lydia, and Communications Officer Patrick Reeves, agreed to be monitored during sleep. I attached electrodes to track their brain activity, heart rate, and muscle movements, hoping to capture data that might explain what was happening. The readings were unlike anything I'd ever seen. During normal sleep, the human brain cycles through predictable patterns. The light stages of non-REM sleep, then deep sleep, then REM, where most dreaming occurs. But the readings from my 3 subjects showed something else entirely. Their brains remained in a state somewhere between REM and wakefulness, a paradoxical condition where the body was paralyzed as in deep sleep, but the mind exhibited activity, patterns consistent with conscious terror. Around 2:30 a.m., all 3 subjects began to exhibit signs of extreme distress, elevated heart rates, rapid eye movement, small vocalizations. Lydia whimpered. Vance's hands clenched into fists. Patrick began to call out a name. Melissa. over and over, his voice rising in panic, and then, simultaneously, all three tried to rise. In normal sleepwalking, the body moves while the brain remains largely asleep. But the readings showed my patients were experiencing a horrifying hybrid state, consciously experiencing their nightmares while their bodies attempted to respond to some external stimulus. I moved between them, trying to calm them without waking them fully, a delicate balance. Abrupt awakening from this state could potentially cause psychological trauma. As I leaned over Lydia, trying to gently guide her back to the bed, I noticed something on her arm. A series of marks like fingerprints, but elongated, stretching around her forearm in a way that no human hand could manage, and they hadn't been there when I'd attached the monitoring equipment hours earlier. I stepped back, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin. In that moment, the lights in the medical bay flickered, just for an instant, but long enough for something to change in the room. The air felt suddenly dense, charged with an electrical quality that made the hair on my arms stand on end. And in the corner of my vision, just at the periphery where certainty blurs into imagination, I thought I saw movement, an impossible tangle of limbs unfolding from shadows that shouldn't have been deep enough to contain them. When I turned, nothing was there. But the sensation of being watched remained, and with it came a bone-deep certainty. Whatever was hunting my patients in their dreams had just noticed me. By the third week of our voyage, 15 crew members were experiencing the nightmares. Sleep deprivation was taking its toll. Mistakes were being made, tempers flaring, accidents increasing in frequency and severity. Second Officer Martin suffered a broken wrist when he fell down a ladder after 48 hours without proper sleep. Engineer's mate Wilson nearly caused a catastrophic pressure buildup in one of the auxiliary engines. The affected crew weren't just sleepwalking anymore. They were attempting specific actions while unconscious. 3 separate incidents involved crew members trying to access the lowest cargo holds. Each time they were found standing before the heavy steel doors, fingers bloody from attempting to claw them open, muttering about bringing it up and letting it out. Captain Rivera implemented a buddy system. No one was to be alone, especially those experiencing the nightmares. The unaffected crew were assigned to watch over the affected, preventing them from wandering during sleep and monitoring for unusual behavior. I continued my investigation, reviewing medical and psychological literature for any precedent. The closest parallel I could find was a case from the 1950s involving miners in northern Idaho who had all reported identical dreams of something, following them through the tunnels, calling their names. The case had been attributed to carbon monoxide poisoning and collective suggestion, but the Dream Horizon's environmental systems were functioning perfectly. Our air quality was constantly monitored, our water regularly tested. There were no toxins or contaminants that could explain what was happening. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. I was in the ship's small library, searching through digital archives of maritime incidents when Quinn Abra, the ship's historian, found me. Quinn was a tall, slender academic with thick glasses and a perpetual look of distracted intensity. He'd joined our expedition to document the oceanographic research we were conducting, part of a broader project on human impact on deep-sea ecosystems. "You're researching the dreams," he said without preamble, sliding into the chair opposite me. I nodded, too exhausted to be surprised that he knew. News traveled quickly in the closed environment of a ship. I might have found something relevant. He pushed a tablet across the table to me. On it was a scanned article from a maritime journal dated 27 years earlier. The headline read, "Mysterious circumstances surround loss of research vessel Aurora." I skimmed the article, then read it again more carefully. The Aurora had been a research vessel similar to the Dream Horizon, though smaller and older. It had disappeared in the middle of the Pacific during a routine expedition. When search teams finally located it 2 weeks later, they found a ghost ship, all hands dead in their bunks with expressions of extreme terror frozen on their faces. No clear cause of death had been established. The official report cited possible exposure to an unknown toxin, but no evidence of such a toxin was ever found. Interesting, but I'm not sure how it connects to our situation, I said, pushing the tablet back. Quinn's eyes gleamed with the excitement of shared discovery. That's not the connection, he said. This is. He pulled up another document, this one from the registry of the Dream Horizon itself. Our ship wasn't built from scratch. It was constructed using salvaged materials from decommissioned vessels, including. He paused dramatically. The Aurora, I finished, the implications settling like a weight in my stomach. Quinn nodded. Significant portions of our lower hull and internal structure came from the Aurora after it was salvaged and stripped. It was common practice to recycle materials from decommissioned ships during that period due to cost considerations. I leaned back, mind racing. You think there's a connection between what happened on the Aurora and what's happening here? Some kind of residual effect? Quinn adjusted his glasses, suddenly looking uncomfortable. I'm a historian, not a parapsychologist. But there are traditions in many cultures about objects retaining imprints of traumatic events. Psychometry, residual hauntings, the stone tape theory. Under normal circumstances, I would have dismissed such suggestions outright, but circumstances aboard the Dream Horizon had long since departed from normal. Was there anything unusual about the Aurora's final voyage? I asked. Anything that might explain what happened to the crew? Quinn hesitated, then swiped to another document on his tablet. The Aurora was conducting deep-sea exploration in the Mariana Trench region. According to their last transmitted research log, they recovered something from the abyssal plain, an artifact of some kind. What kind of artifact? The log doesn't specify, just that it was anomalous and not consistent with known archaeological materials. The last entry mentions storing it in the secure hold for further study once they returned to shore. Quinn's voice dropped lower. They never made it back. A chill ran through me despite the regulated temperature of the library. And the artifact? Was it still aboard when they found the ship? Quinn shook his head. No mention of it in the salvage reports. Either it was removed before the official inventory, or it's still somewhere in the structure of our ship, I finished. The implications hung between us too outlandish to voice aloud, yet too compelling to dismiss. If there was even a remote possibility that something from the Aurora was causing the nightmares plaguing our crew, we had a responsibility to investigate. We need to access the original salvage records, I said. Find out exactly which parts of the Aurora were incorporated into the Dream Horizon, and where. Quinn nodded, already reaching for his tablet. I'll start digging deeper into the archives, and Nathan. He paused, removing his glasses to clean them nervously on the hem of his shirt. Be careful. From what I've observed, the more someone investigates this phenomenon, the more likely they are to experience it themselves. As if to punctuate his warning, the lights in the library flickered briefly, and for just a moment I thought I saw something move in the shadows behind Quinn. A sinuous, elongated shape that seemed to bend in impossible ways. When I blinked, it was gone, leaving only the unsettling sensation that we were no longer alone in our research. That night, I dreamed of corridors. In my dream, the familiar passageways of the Dream Horizon stretched and distorted, extending into impossible geometries that folded back on themselves like an Escher drawing. The metal walls sweated condensation that ran in rivulets along the floor, gathering in pools that reflected nothing when I looked into them. The emergency lighting cast everything in a sickly green glow that did more to create shadows than to banish them, and from somewhere ahead, someone called my name. Nathan. My father's voice, though he had been dead for 5 years. Nathan, help me. I'm lost. Dream logic told me to follow, even as waking intuition screamed warnings. I moved through the warped corridors, each step carrying me deeper into the bowels of a ship that was no longer the Dream Horizon, but some nightmarish amalgamation of vessel and organism. The walls pulsed subtly, as if breathing. Pipes that should have carried water or steam instead thrummed with the slow, steady rhythm of a massive heartbeat. Nathan. My mother now, her voice strained with fear. It's found me, Nathan. Please hurry. I broke into a run, the corridor stretching endlessly before me. The deck beneath my feet became soft and yielding, like flesh rather than metal. The air grew thick and humid, carrying the coppery scent of blood and the brackish odor of seawater. "Nathan!" A scream now, from multiple voices at once. A chorus of everyone I had ever loved, crying out in unison, "It's here!" I rounded a corner and froze. The corridor ended in a large circular chamber that had never existed on the real dream horizon. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal rested a small obsidian figure, its surface so black it seemed to absorb the light around it. The figure depicted something vaguely humanoid but wrong. Too many limbs arranged in configurations that defied anatomical logic, a head that was both insectoid and cetacean, a body that seemed to be perpetually unfolding from itself. As I stared, transfixed, the figure moved, just slightly. A minute adjustment of one limb, a subtle reorientation of its head, toward me. And then I saw what lurked behind the pedestal. At first, my mind refused to process it, breaking the image into manageable fragments rather than accepting the horrific whole. Limbs like those of a mantis, but jointed in too many places. A torso that narrowed impossibly before widening again into a lower body that seemed to merge with the shadows themselves. And a face, God help me. A face that might once have been human but had been stretched vertically until it was little more than a parody of humanity, with eyes that were black voids and a mouth that opened sideways rather than up and down. It unfolded itself from behind the pedestal, rising to a height that shouldn't have been possible in the confines of the chamber, and as it rose, it spoke with the voices of everyone I had ever known. "Nothing." The words stretched and distorted like the creature itself. "I've been waiting for you." It reached for me with limbs that elongated as they extended, crossing the impossible distance between us in an eye blink. I felt cold, hard fingers close around my arm, burning like dry ice against my skin. I woke with a scream lodged in my throat and sweat soaking my sheets. For several minutes I lay there, heart hammering against my ribs, trying to convince myself it had only been a dream, just a nightmare influenced by suggestion and the accounts of the affected crew members. Then I felt the burning sensation on my arm. Slowly, dreading what I would find, I switched on my bedside lamp and looked down. 5 elongated bruises circled my forearm like the fingers of some grotesque hand. Exactly where the creature had grabbed me in my dream. I was no longer an observer of the phenomenon. I had become part of it. The next morning I convened an emergency meeting with Captain Rivera, Quinn, and Security Chief Maddox. I showed them the marks on my arm and recounted my dream in clinical detail, trying to maintain professional distance from an experience that had shaken me to my core. 17 crew members now affected, I concluded. Nearly a third of our complement. If this continues to spread at the current rate, we'll have a shipwide crisis within days. Rivera's face was grim. Options? We've already ruled out environmental causes, I said. And while mass psychogenic illness remains a possibility, the specific patterns of transmission and the physical effects make that diagnosis problematic. You're talking about these. Maddox gestured to my arm where the finger-shaped bruises had darkened to a deep purple. You're suggesting these injuries are being caused by what? A shared hallucination? I don't know, I admitted. But I'm not the only one with physical manifestations. Lydia Chen has similar marks. Patrick Reeves woke with 3 parallel scratches down his back. And Wilson? I hesitated, still disturbed by what I'd seen that morning. Wilson had puncture wounds on his shoulder that leaked clear fluid instead of blood. I've sent samples to the lab, but it doesn't match any bodily fluid I'm familiar with. Silence fell over the captain's office. Outside, rain had begun to fall, droplets streaming down the windows and fragmenting the gray light of the overcast day. "Mr. Ibarra," Rivera finally said, turning to Quinn. "You mentioned a connection to the Aurora. Have you found anything more about this artifact that might have been brought aboard?" Quinn nodded, though he looked uncomfortable. The shadows under his eyes suggested he hadn't slept well either. "I've been through the salvage records. The Aurora's secure hold was located in what would correspond to our lowest cargo section, E-deck. When the Dream Horizon was constructed, significant portions of the Aurora's hull and internal structure were incorporated into that area. The same area the affected crew members have been trying to access while sleepwalking, I noted. Exactly. Quinn pulled up a schematic on his tablet, highlighting a section of the ship's lowest level. This particular storage compartment was built entirely from Aurora materials. It's a secondary secure hold, rarely used. According to the manifest, it's currently empty. Maddox frowned. You think this artifact, whatever it was, is somehow still there? Hidden in the structure itself? It's a theory, Quinn said cautiously. One that would explain the connection to the Aurora and the compulsion to access that specific area. A theory based on what? Maddox pressed. Ghost stories? Haunted houses? This is a scientific vessel, not a carnival spook show. Do you have a better explanation? I interjected, my patience wearing thin. Sleep deprivation was affecting us. Oh. Because I've exhausted every medical and psychological avenue. Something is happening on this ship that doesn't fit conventional frameworks. Enough, Rivera said quietly, his authority immediately diffusing the tension. Whatever the cause, we have a situation that's affecting crew safety and operational capability. That makes it my concern. He turned to Maddox. I want a security detail to accompany Dr. Mercer and Mr. Abera to inspect this compartment. Sir, with all due respect, Maddox began. That's an order, Chief. Rivera's tone left no room for argument. Take whatever precautions you deem necessary, but I want that area searched thoroughly. He looked at each of us in turn, his expression grave. If there's even a remote chance that something down there is causing this situation, I need to know about it. As we left the captain's office, I caught Quinn studying me with an unreadable expression. What? I asked. You didn't tell them everything about your dream, he said quietly, falling into step beside me. About the figure on the pedestal. I stopped, staring at him. How could you know about that? A humorless smile touched his lips. Because I dreamed of it too. Last night, black obsidian, absorbing light. A shape with too many limbs, constantly unfolding. He shuddered visibly. It's calling us, Nathan, all of us. And I think we're getting closer to understanding why. E-deck was the lowest level of the Dream Horizon, a realm of machinery, storage, and the constant bone-deep vibration of the engines. The air was different here, warmer, heavy with the scent of oil and metal. The lighting was utilitarian, creating sharp contrasts between illumination and shadow. Our expedition consisted of 5 people, myself, Quinn, Maddox, and 2 security officers, Ramirez and Foster. Each of us carried a flashlight and a radio. Maddox had insisted on sidearms for his team, though what good conventional weapons would do against something that manifested through nightmares was beyond me. This way, Quinn directed, consulting his tablet as we moved through the labyrinthine corridors. The secure hold should be just ahead. The passage narrowed as we approached our destination, the ceiling dropping lower, forcing us to stoop slightly. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of eyes following our progress from the shadows between pipes and conduits. Does anyone else feel that? Foster asked suddenly, voicing my unspoken thought. Feel what? Maddox's tone was sharp, though. I detected an undercurrent of tension, like something's, I don't know, watching. Foster shone his flashlight into a dark recess, revealing nothing but dust and cables. Stay focused, Maddox ordered. We're here to conduct a search, not ghost hunt. But the sensation persisted, growing stronger as we approached a heavy steel. Dr. marked Secure Storage 5C. The locking mechanism was electronic, requiring Captain Rivera's authorization code, which he had provided before our descent. Maddox entered the code, and the door released with a pneumatic hiss. As it swung open, cold air rushed out, carrying a scent that didn't belong on a modern research vessel, something ancient and organic, like the breath from a long-sealed tomb. Our flashlights revealed a space approximately 20 feet square, with metal shelving along 3 walls and a clear area in the center. The room appeared empty, with no sign of cargo or equipment. "Spread out," Maddox directed. "Check everything. Floors, walls, ceiling." We moved methodically through the space, examining every inch. The metal walls were bare except for rivets and seams. The floor was solid, showing no signs of hidden compartments or alterations. "Nothing," Ramirez reported after several minutes. "Room's clean." I wasn't convinced. The cold persisted, seemingly emanating from the walls themselves. And the watching sensation had intensified, as if whatever had been observing us from a distance was now in the room with us. Its attention focused like a physical presence. "The walls," Quinn said suddenly. The records indicated this entire compartment was constructed from Aurora materials. The artifact could be embedded in the structure itself. Maddox looked skeptical, but nodded to his officers. "Check the walls, more thoroughly. Look for any irregularities." Foster ran his hand along the metal paneling on the far wall, then paused. "There's something here," he called. "A seam that doesn't match the others." We gathered around as he traced what appeared to be a rectangular outline, approximately 2 feet wide and 3 feet high, a panel within the larger wall structure. There was no visible handle or latch. "Can we open it?" I asked. Maddox examined the seam. "Might be welded shut from behind. We'd need cutting tools." "Wait," Quinn said, moving closer. "There's something..." He pressed his palm against the center of the panel. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a soft click, the panel recessed slightly before sliding sideways, revealing a small compartment within the wall itself. Inside was an object that matched the one from my dream with disturbing precision. A figurine about 8 inches, tall, carved from obsidian so black it seemed to devour the light from our flashlights. It depicted a being with multiple limbs arranged in impossible configurations around a central mass that might have been a body. The head, if it could be called that, was elongated and featured no recognizable sensory organs, yet somehow gave the impression of watchfulness. "Don't touch it," I warned as Quinn reached toward the figure. "We don't know what it is or what it might do." "It's just a sculpture," Maddox said, though he made no move to touch it either. "Probably some cultural artifact the Aurora team recovered." "From where?" Quinn challenged. "This doesn't match any known artistic tradition. Look at the construction, the material properties." As we stared, I could have sworn the figure moved slightly, just as it had in my dream, a minute adjustment. Of one limb, a subtle reorientation of its impossible head. And with that tiny movement came a wave of wrongness that washed over me like nausea. Foster felt it too. He staggered back, face suddenly pale. "Jesus," he gasped. "Did you see that? It moved." "Nobody touch it," Maddox ordered, his skepticism faltering in the face of Foster's obvious distress. "Ramirez, get the containment kit from the equipment locker." While Ramirez left to retrieve the kit, the rest of us maintained a wary distance from the figure. The cold in the room had intensified, and my breath now fogged in the air before me. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen and shift, as if stirred by currents we couldn't feel. "We need to document this," Quinn said, taking photographs with his tablet. "Measurements, spectral analysis if possible. This could be an unprecedented discovery. Or an unprecedented threat," I countered. "This thing is connected to what's happening aboard this ship, I'm certain of it." "Agreed," Maddox said, surprising me with his support. "Whatever it is, it needs to be secured and studied under controlled conditions." Ramirez returned with a containment kit, a metal case lined with foam designed for transporting sensitive scientific specimens. Maddox directed him to prepare it while Foster maintained watch at the door. "I still don't understand how this connects to the dreams," Maddox said, keeping his voice low. "How can an object, even an unusual one, affect people's sleep patterns?" Before I could formulate a response, a scream echoed from the corridor outside, Foster's scream. We rushed to the door to find Foster backed against the opposite wall, his flashlight aimed at something we couldn't see around the corner. His face was a mask of terror, his body trembling violently. "It's here," he whispered. "Oh God, it's here." Maddox drew his sidearm. What's here? Report, officer. Foster's eyes never left whatever he was seeing. The thing from the dreams, it followed us. It knows we found it. I strained to see what had him so terrified, but the corridor appeared empty. Then as I watched, a shadow detached itself from the wall. Not a natural shadow, but something darker and more substantial. It moved with a fluid grace that defied physics, flowing along the wall like oil before beginning to take shape. Everyone back in the room, Maddox ordered, raising his weapon. Now, we retreated into the storage compartment, pulling Foster with us. Maddox remained at the doorway, gun trained on the approaching shadow. "Chief, don't," I began. But it was too late. Maddox fired 3 times in rapid succession. The shots were deafening in the confined space, the muzzle flash momentarily blinding. When my vision cleared, I saw that the bullets had done nothing. The shadow continued its advance, now taking on a more defined form. Elongated limbs unfolding from a central mass, a vertical slash opening in what might have been a face. "The figure," Quinn shouted over the ringing in my ears. "It's connected to that thing. We need to secure it now." Ramirez was already moving, grabbing the obsidian sculpture with gloved hands and placing it carefully in the containment case. As the lid closed over it, the shadow in the corridor seemed to waver, its form becoming less substantial. "It's working," I said. "The containment is affecting it somehow." "We need to move," Maddox ordered, backing into the room without taking his eyes off the corridor. "Back to upper decks, now." With Ramirez carrying the containment case, we moved as a group toward the exit. The shadow had retreated, but I could still feel its presence, a malevolent awareness that followed our progress. As we re-entered the main corridor, the lights flickered and died, plunging us into darkness broken only by our flashlights. Emergency. Systems should have activated immediately, but nothing happened. We were in a dead zone. "Stay together," Maddox commanded. "Back-to-back formation, move toward the stairs." We formed a tight circle, flashlights pointing outward like spokes. Foster was still shaking, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Quinn kept glancing at the containment case in Ramirez's hands, his expression a mixture of scientific fascination and primal fear. We had traveled perhaps 50 feet when the temperature plummeted. Our breath clouded before us and frost began to form on the metal walls. The beams of our flashlights weakened, as if the darkness itself was becoming more substantial, more resistant to illumination. And then we heard it. Voices calling from the shadows ahead. My father's voice, Quinn's mother, Maddox's wife. Each of us hearing someone different, someone beloved, someone who couldn't possibly be in the depths of the dream horizon. "Don't listen," I warned. "It's trying to separate us." The voices grew more urgent, more desperate. In the beam of my flashlight, I saw Foster waver, his head turning toward the sound of what I assumed was someone calling to him. "Stay focused," I snapped, grabbing his arm. "It's not real." "Then what the hell is it?" Ramirez demanded, his composure cracking. "What's happening to us?" Before anyone could answer, the darkness between us and the stairwell solidified. Not a shadow this time, but something physical. The nightmare entity in its full, terrible reality. It towered above us, its body a contradiction of angles and joints that hurt to look upon, its elongated face stretching into a parody of human features. Multiple limbs unfolded from its central mass, reaching toward us with fingers like jointed needles. Maddox opened fire again, emptying his clip into the monstrosity. The bullets passed through it as if through smoke, though its form remained solid to our eyes. "Run!" Quinn shouted, abandoning any pretense of scientific detachment. "Back the other way." We turned and fled down the corridor, away from the stairwell and deeper into E-deck. The entity followed, moving with a strange, fluid grace that allowed it to keep pace without seeming to hurry. The voices continued to call, now taking on mocking tones, cruel parodies of our loved ones. "Here," Ramirez called, pointing to a maintenance shaft. "We can access D-deck from here." One by one, we scrambled into the narrow vertical shaft, using the metal rungs embedded in the wall to climb. I went last, pulling the access door closed behind us just as elongated fingers reached the opening. The climb was nightmarish in its own right. 5 terrified people ascending in near darkness. the only illumination coming from flashlights clenched between teeth or strapped to wrists. Above me, I could hear Foster's labored breathing and Quinn's constant murmuring, a stream of facts and observations as if he could rationalize away what we'd seen by categorizing it. When we reached D-deck, Maddox forced open the access panel and we spilled out into a dimly lit corridor. Here at least the emergency lighting was functioning, casting everything in a faint red glow. "We need to report to the captain," Maddox said, reloading his sidearm with hands that were impressively steady given the circumstances. "And tell him." "What?" Foster's voice cracked. "That we're being chased by a nightmare? That bullets don't work against it? He'll think we've all lost our minds." "We have evidence," Quinn countered, nodding to the containment case still clutched in Ramirez's arms, "and multiple witnesses." I was about to agree when a realization struck me. "The case," I said. "It's what's drawing that thing to us. I'll warm." Eyes turned to the metal container. It seemed innocuous enough, but now that I focused on it, I could feel something. A subtle vibration, a wrongness that emanated from within. "It's trying to reunite with its physical form," Quinn said, understanding, dawning in his eyes. "The figure is some kind of anchor or vessel. Then we need to separate them permanently," I decided. "We're in the middle of the Pacific. The deepest ocean on Earth is right beneath us." "You want to throw it overboard?" Maddox looked incredulous. "That's a potentially priceless archaeological find. It's also potentially responsible for 27 deaths on the Aurora and a growing crisis on our own ship," I countered. "Are you willing to risk more lives for the sake of study?" Before Maddox could respond, the lights on D-deck flickered and died, plunging us once more into flashlight-illuminated darkness. From the maintenance shaft behind us came a sound like rushing wind, and with it, the temperature dropped sharply. "It's coming," Foster whispered, terror evident in every syllable. "Move," Maddox ordered, "to the captain's quarters. Now." We ran through the darkened corridors of D-deck, our path illuminated by wildly bouncing flashlight beams. Behind us, while cold intensified, frost blooming on walls and ceiling as the entity pursued. Twice we heard voices calling from side passages, trying to lure us away from our group. Each time, Maddox kept us focused, herding us forward like a sheepdog protecting its flock. When we reached C-deck, we found Captain Rivera already awake and in the corridor outside his quarters, roused by the power fluctuations affecting the lower decks. His expression shifted from concern to alarm as he took in our disheveled appearance and obvious terror. "Report," he demanded, the single word carrying all the authority of his position. Between gasping breaths, Maddox provided a concise summary of our discovery and the subsequent pursuit. To Rivera's credit, he asked no skeptical questions, simply absorbing the information with the gravity it deserved. "You believe jettisoning this object is our best course of action?" he asked when Maddox had finished. "Yes, sir," I answered before Maddox could respond. "The entity seems bound to it somehow. Distancing it from the ship may break whatever connection exists between the figure and the Dream Horizon structure." Rivera considered this for only a moment before nodding decisively. "The launch bay on B-deck. We can use one of the sample return pods, set it for deep water deployment." No sooner had he spoken than the lights on C-deck began to flicker. Down the corridor, frost appeared on the walls, spreading rapidly in our direction. "It's still coming," Quinn said unnecessarily. "And it's getting stronger." "Move," Rivera ordered. "Now." Our expanded group hurried toward the forward stairwell, Rivera leading the way with the confidence of someone who knew every inch of his vessel. As we climbed to B-deck, I noticed the spreading cold seemed to be slowing, as if the entity was having difficulty maintaining its manifestation this far from the lower decks. The launch bay was a large space near the center of B-deck, containing several small submersibles and a row of sample return pods, essentially high-tech buoys designed to carry scientific specimens back to the surface when the larger submersibles were otherwise occupied. "Prepare Pod 3 for launch," Rivera instructed as we entered. "Underwater deployment maximum depth setting." While Quinn and Ramirez worked to ready the pod, I studied the containment case. The metal had grown cold to the touch and condensation had formed on its surface. More concerning, I could feel vibrations coming from within, subtle at first, but growing stronger by the minute. Whatever's happening, it's accelerating, I told Rivera. This thing is becoming more active. Pod ready in 2 minutes, Quinn reported from the launch console. We may not have 2 minutes, I warned, as the case in Ramirez's hands began to tremble more violently. The lights in the launch bay flickered, and with each momentary darkness, I thought I saw something taking shape in the shadows near the ceiling, a suggestion of limbs, a vertical slash that might have been a mouth. It's here, Foster whispered, his eyes fixed on the same shadows. Pod ready, Quinn called. Opening deployment chamber. A circular hatch in the floor slid open, revealing a tube that led down to an exterior hatch below the waterline. The sample, return pod, a sleek cylinder about 3 feet long, was positioned over the tube, its own loading hatch open and waiting. Place the containment case inside and step back, Rivera ordered. Ramirez moved toward the pod, but as he reached it, the case in his hands gave a violent jerk, nearly breaking free of his grip. He fumbled, catching it before it could fall, but the sudden movement caused the latches to spring open. The lid rose a fraction of an inch, and that was enough. The temperature in the launch bay plummeted. Our breath clouded before us, and ice crystals formed on every surface. The shadows in the corners deepened and moved with purpose, flowing together to form a singular darkness that hung in the air like a storm cloud. And from that darkness emerged the entity, fully manifested now, its impossible body unfolding into our reality like a flower composed of nightmares. Its elongated face turned toward Ramirez, who stood frozen in terror, the partially open containment case still in his hands. Time seemed to slow as the entity reached for him with limbs that stretched across the impossible distance. I heard someone shouting, my own voice I realized distantly, warning Ramirez to drop the case, to run, to do anything but stand there transfixed by horror. Too late. The entity's fingers, if they could be called that, closed around Ramirez's throat. He made a terrible choking sound, his body jerking as if electrocuted. The containment case fell from his hands, clattering to the deck and spilling its contents. The obsidian figure rolled across the floor, coming to rest at the edge of the deployment tube. Rivera reacted first, diving for the figure. The entity shrieked. A sound like metal tearing and wind howling and human voices screaming all at once, and released Ramirez to lunge toward Rivera. But the captain was faster, scooping up the obsidian sculpture and dropping it into the waiting pod. Launch. Sequence, he shouted to Quinn, who slammed his palm down on the control panel. The pod's hatch sealed automatically, and seconds later, it dropped into the tube with a metallic clang. We heard the muffled sound of the exterior hatch opening, followed by the pneumatic hiss of the pod being ejected into the ocean below. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The entity convulsed, its form losing cohesion like smoke in a strong wind. The shrieking intensified, then cut off abruptly as the thing collapsed in on itself, dissolving into shadows that faded to nothing before our eyes. In the sudden silence that followed, we stood motionless, hardly daring to believe it was over. The temperature in the launch bay began to rise, frost melting from surfaces, the oppressive feeling of being watched gradually dissipating. Ramirez lay on the deck where the entity had dropped him, gasping for breath. When I knelt beside him, I saw dark bruises forming on his throat, 5 elongated marks like fingerprints but stretched and distorted. Is it over? Foster asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I think so, I replied, helping Ramirez to a sitting position. The pod will carry that thing to the deepest part of the ocean, miles down under pressure that would crush a submarine. Nothing's coming back from that. Captain Rivera was already on the ship's comm system, contacting the bridge. Full stop, he ordered. Hold position and deploy safety barriers. I want hourly status reports from all sections. He turned to us, his expression grim but composed. Now I need a complete account of what just happened on my ship, starting with how that thing got aboard in the first place. Over the next 24 hours, the Dream Horizon remained stationary while we assessed the situation. To our immense relief, the nightmares ceased immediately after the obsidian figure was jettisoned. Crew members who had been affected reported sleeping soundly for the first time in weeks, though many still bore physical evidence of their ordeal: bruises, scratches, and in Wilson's case, the puncture wounds that continued to seep clear fluid for several days before finally healing. Quinn and I spent hours piecing together what had happened, combining historical records with our own observations. The Aurora had been conducting deep-sea exploration in a region known for unusual geological formations. According to their logs, they had discovered the obsidian figure in what appeared to be the ruins of a structure, not ancient as they had initially assumed, but seemingly designed to contain the figure itself. They brought it aboard for study, Quinn explained during our debriefing with Captain Rivera. Not realizing what it was, the nightmares started almost immediately. Within days, the entire crew was dead. And the figure? Rivera asked. Salvage. Teams either missed it or deliberately left it behind, recognizing it as dangerous. But when the Aurora was scrapped, the figure somehow became embedded in a section of hull that was later incorporated into the Dream Horizon. It remained dormant until we entered the same region of the Pacific where the Aurora had made its discovery. Proximity to its original location may have triggered it, I suggested. Or perhaps it was simply biding its time, gathering strength. Rivera leaned back in his chair, eyes moving between us. And now? Do we have any reason to believe it survived? I hesitated. The figure was gone. The entity vanished. By all rational measures, the threat had been eliminated. Yet something nagged at me, an unshakable feeling that we had dealt with a symptom rather than the cause. The pod will have reached maximum depth by now, I said finally. The pressure at that level would destroy virtually any material. But you're not certain, Rivera pressed, reading my hesitation correctly. No, I admitted. I'm not. Whatever that thing was, it operated outside the bounds of conventional physics. Its physical form and its presence seemed to exist in different dimensions, connected but separate. Like a puppet and puppeteer, Quinn added. The figure was just its way of interacting with our reality. Its true nature may be something we can't fully comprehend. Rivera nodded slowly. Then we proceed with caution. I've already altered our course to avoid the area where the Aurora made its discovery, and I've filed a detailed report with the company, including coordinates to be avoided by future vessels. Will they believe it? I wondered aloud. Or will they classify this as some kind of mass hallucination like they did with the Aurora? That's not our concern, Rivera said firmly. We've done what we can to prevent this from happening again. The rest is in their hands. As the meeting concluded, I found myself wondering if it really was over. The nightmares had stopped. The physical manifestations ceased. The entity, whatever it had been, was no longer haunting the Dream Horizon. Yet sometimes in the darkest hours of night, I would wake with the unshakable feeling that I was being watched, that something was reaching for me from the deepest parts of the ocean, calling my name and the voices of those I loved. We returned to port. I was sitting in my apartment in Seattle, trying to readjust to life on land. Most of the Dream Horizon's crew had scattered, taking new assignments, or in some cases, leaving the sea altogether. The shipping company had officially attributed the incident to mass hysteria caused by contaminated food supplies, an explanation that satisfied insurers and regulators, but did nothing to address the truth of what had happened. I was sipping my morning coffee and scrolling through maritime news when a headline caught my eye. Research vessel reports unusual sleep disturbances in Pacific crossing. My blood ran cold as I read the article. The Horizon Seeker, a vessel similar to the Dream Horizon, had reported multiple crew members experiencing identical nightmares while crossing a stretch of the Pacific not far from where we had jettisoned the obsidian figure. The symptoms described were hauntingly familiar. Dreams of being pursued through the ship by something with too many limbs, voices calling in the darkness, crew members waking with unexplained injuries. I immediately reached for my phone, scrolling through contacts until I found Quinn's number. He answered on the third ring, his voice tense with the same recognition I felt. "You've seen the news," he said without preamble. "Yes," I replied. "It's happening again. I've already contacted the Seeker's medical officer," Quinn said. "Tried to warn them about what they're dealing with, but Nathan..." He paused, and I could hear the fear in his silence. What if there's more than one? What if that thing was just an outpost, a sentinel for something larger? I had no answer for him. The implications were too vast, too terrible to contemplate. If the entity could survive the crushing depths, if it could find its way to a new vessel, what were the limits of its reach? What were the limits of its purpose? That night, I slept with the lights on, as I had every night since returning from the dream horizon. But even the bright illumination of my bedroom couldn't dispel the shadows that seemed to gather in the corners of my vision, or silence the whispers I sometimes heard at the edge of consciousness. Familiar voices calling my name, telling me they were lost, begging me to help them find their way back. And sometimes in that space between waking and sleep, I glimpse an elongated shadow reaching around doorways, still hunting, still seeking those who escaped its grasp. Still patient, still hungry, still coming for us all.